I'll send you into the preview for downstream tomorrow.
Okay, let's see what I can find.
What do we want? Contract. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Contract. When do we want it? Now.
It's about pension. The corporation wants to change our pension for our new hires. It's about a realistic wage increase. It's about the way that we operate our internal processing of the mail.
This is a job I'm out here making $21.80. And when you start talking about rent in Whitehorse, I don't think we're asking for unreasonable cost of living increases.
So many new hires are just making barely above the minimum wage, and they're stuck there for like 9 to 10 years until they get permanent. Many of our members are going to the food bank because they're not making a living wage.
We will not keep it up. 2%, 2%, 2% does not come up to 25%. We are falling behind. There's a housing crisis. It affects us.
We are not even on an industry standard right now, so we are asking for at least to match with the industry rate.
We want to remove or get Canada Post to stand back on their new delivery model, which is called separate sort and delivery, where the letter carrier is no longer sorting his mail, and he's expected to deliver his full shift of 8 hours outdoors.
So they want to up that from basically like 6 hours out walking outside to the full 8 hours walking outside. And you know that in January, this kind of thing, if you're delivering mail in 30 below on ice-covered streets.
We've been legislated back to work twice. During the pandemic, we took a 2-year extension and said we'll work it out after. Well, this is after, and we need a fair deal.
The union has said that we're far apart, and that's a fair assessment. But where we agree is on the need to secure the future of the Postal Service. For now, it's just be at the table and try and pound out an agreement.
It's about pension. The corporation wants to change our pension for our new hires. It's about a realistic wage increase. It's about the way that we operate our internal processing of the mail.
This is a job I'm out here making $21.80, and when you start talking about rent in Whitehorse, I don't think we're asking for unreasonable cost of living increases.
So many new hires are just making barely above the minimum wage, and they're stuck there for like 9 to 10 years until they get permanent. Many of our members are going to the food bank because they're not making a living wage.
We do not keep it up. 2%, 2%, 2% does not come up to 25%. We are falling behind. There's a housing crisis. It affects us.
More than 55,000 LA County union workers are on strike. Right now, you're looking at a rally of some of those workers in downtown LA, and it is quite the sight.
They're slowly moving southbound on Grand, and it's really difficult to try and estimate exactly how many people are here, but it's in the thousands, that is for sure. As we open up out of the shot just a bit, you're going to see just how long this stretches around Grand on to Temple, next to the Board of Supervisors headquarters there.
We have been seeing all of these strikers coming in by the thousands. They've been being bussed in all morning long. The rally here in high gear. They've been putting together signs showing their distaste for the county's treatment of employees. They're striking for better wages and benefits. They say they want to be respected for the work that runs the city. The strike will last 48 hours, disrupting service to non-urgent care clinics, fire debris removal, trash service, and public parks, facilities, as well as libraries.
More than 55,000 LA County union workers are on strike. Right now, you're looking at a rally of some of those workers.
We're on strike. Great. 33,000 of us. And 96% of the union approved the strike. What do you want? We agreed to increase wages 25% over the next 4 years. 94.6% of workers rejected that deal. We want a 40% raise over 3 years. Our current contract is 16 years old, so we're getting wage increases based off salaries from 2008. This strike could cost you about $1 billion a week, as if we haven't done enough damage control this year. For real. Enough. What plane productions will stop because of this? What planes? The striking workers are in Renton and Everett. They assembled the 737 MAX, our best-selling airliner, the 777 jet, and the 767 cargo plane. Oof. But the walkout likely won't impact production of the 787 Dreamliners. They're built by non-union workers in South Carolina. Yeah, but we have a larger problem. We're on strike. Great. 33,000 of us. And 96% of the union approved the strike. What do you want? We agreed to increase wages 25% over the next 4 years. 94.6% of workers rejected that deal. We want a 40% raise over 3 years. Our current contract is 16 years old, so we're getting wage increases based off salaries from 2008. This strike could cost you about $1 billion a week, as if we haven't done enough damage control this year. For real. Enough. What plane productions will stop because of this? What?
Behind me, hundreds of dock workers are on the picket line. They walked off the job at midnight when their contract expired. 25,000 International Longshoremen Association union members now on strike at ports across the entire eastern seaboard, from Maine all the way to Texas. What does this mean for you at the grocery store? I can tell you that some fresh imported items like fish and produce, those could start disappearing from store shelves within days. Also things like new cars, clothes, shoes, accessories, toys. That could be a real problem as we approach the holiday season. Now, what are they asking for? Well, they want better wages, but also they want more protections against future automation.
You can get a 30-year mortgage in this country for a first-time home buyer, but what happens with my 6-year contract when that comes to an end and you say, I got automation taking your job? Where does my mortgage go?
Behind me, hundreds of dock workers are on the picket line. They walked off the job at midnight when their contract expired. 25,000 International Longshoremen Association union members now on strike at ports across the entire eastern seaboard, from Maine all the way to Texas. What does this mean for you at the grocery store? I can tell you that some fresh imported items like fish and produce, those could start disappearing from store shelves within days. Also things like new cars, clothes, shoes, accessories, toys. That could be a real problem as we approach the holiday season. Now, what are they asking for? Well, they want better wages, but also they want more protections against future automation.
You can get a 30-year mortgage in this country for a first-time home buyer, But what happens with my 6-year contract when that comes to an end and you say, I got automation taking your job? Where does my mortgage go?
Behind me, hundreds of dock workers are on the picket line. They walked off the job at midnight when their contract expired. 25,000 International Longshoremen Association union members now on strike at ports across the entire eastern seaboard from Maine all the way to Texas. What does this mean for you at the grocery store? I can tell you that some fresh imported items like fish and produce, those could start disappearing from store shelves within days. Also things like new cars, clothes, shoes, accessories, toys. That could be a real problem as we approach the holiday season. Now, what are they asking for? Well, they want better wages, but also they want more protections against future automation.
You can get a 30-year mortgage in this country for a first-time home buyer, but what happens with my 6-year contract when that comes to an end and you say, I got automation taking your job? Where does my mortgage go?
Behind me, hundreds of dock workers are on the picket line. They walked off the job at midnight when their contract expired. 25,000 International Longshoremen Association union members now on strike at ports across the entire eastern seaboard from Maine.
Okay, do you know what they used before?
On December 12, 2000, Al Gore conceded the 2000 election to George W. Bush after losing the state of Florida by so few votes it actually triggered an automatic recount. Now, George W. Bush didn't want to lose, and so he sued to stop the recount. The United States Supreme Court took up the case and paused the recount while they considered it. They ultimately voted 5-4 along party lines to not do anything, but in the process, they let the deadline pass. So when it went back to the Florida Supreme Court, they looked at it and they said, well, the deadline's passed, George W. Bush wins, even though the hand recount never officially finished. This resulted in Bush winning Florida and winning the election, even though to this day we still don't actually know who got more votes, even though we do know Al Gore won more votes nationwide and may have also won Florida, which would have decided the entire election. Despite that travesty, do you know how Al Gore responded? He said, "This is America, and we put country before party. We stand together behind our new president. I know that many of my supporters are disappointed. I am too. But I say to President-elect Bush that what remains of partisan rancor must now be put aside, and may God bless his stewardship of this country." Now, Gore never said that he thought he lost Florida, and he didn't concede because he won fewer votes. When he conceded, he said he did so for the sake of the unity of our country and for the strength of our democracy. So that was the vice president at the time responding to a pretty important Supreme Court case. Now fast forward to a fairly trivial ruling on May 16th, 2025. In really a pretty unremarkable ruling, the Supreme Court validated that people who were set to be deported needed due process before being deported. Do you know how our president responded? With an absolutely deranged public crash out, screaming in all caps at 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon that the Supreme Court won't allow us to get criminals out of our country, followed by the Supreme Court has just ruled that the worst bad guys, dealers, gang members, and even those who are mentally insane who came to our country illegally are not allowed to be forced out without going through a long, protracted, and expensive legal process, one that will take possibly many years for each person, and one that will allow these people to commit many more crimes before they ever see the inside of a courthouse. I'm going to spare you the rest. Now, these aren't even final rulings. The Supreme Court simply said that due process needs to play out. As the highest court in the land, it is quite literally the entire point of their job. And this procedural decision resulted in an embarrassing social media meltdown, the likes of which we've become so accustomed to the media didn't even pay attention. He asks to dismantle the judicial branch. We asked what was for dinner. This was not doom-mongering. Instead, it's a reminder of what can be possible when we elect rational, sane human beings. The kinds of human beings who were...
Did you see that? Hi, Jim. Hi. Rejoice, comrades. Jim Speak has arrived. Hi, comrades. Someone on my YouTube feed was being distasteful. I like this. It doesn't put it in hours or minutes. White Boy Swagger was timed out by Katie Marshall for 86,000 seconds. That's fun. He called me a tranny. No, fuck off. Hi. Any suggestion for like protests or strikes or mass mobilizations of people would be appreciated if you can give me links to them. Seriously, these people. I'm lucky enough that I'm small enough that these trolls don't seem to find me. Raptor's been getting them a lot. I don't know if they're bots or something or just people being absolute fucking wanks. No, just shovel on. Can't be arsed. I've got people to educate here, not deal with your BS. Do I look like a transvestite? People are, yeah, obviously these people exist. They will come up every now and again, but we will deal with them. Bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. There, bonked. Fuck off. Thank you for coming over, Jim. Very much appreciated.
Largely normal before the era of Trump. On December
like
12th,
him.
2000, Al Gore conceded the 2000 election to George W. Bush
That
after
does seem
losing the state of
mostly.
Florida by so few votes it actually triggered an automatic recount. Now, George W. Bush didn't want to lose, and so he sued to stop the recount. The United States Supreme Court took up the case and paused the recount while they considered it. They ultimately voted 5-4 along party lines to not do anything, but in the process, they let the deadline pass. So when it went back to the Florida Supreme Court, they looked at it and they said, well, the deadline's passed, George W. Bush wins, even though the hand recount never officially finished. This resulted in Bush winning Florida and winning the election, even though to this day we still don't actually know who got more votes, even though we do know Al Gore won more votes nationwide and may have also won Florida, which would have decided the entire election. Despite that travesty, do you know how Al Gore responded? He said, "This is America, and we put country before party. We stand together behind our new president. I know that many of my supporters are disappointed. I am too. But I say to President-elect Bush that what remains of partisan rancor must now be put aside, and may God bless his stewardship of this country." Now, Gore never said that he thought he lost Florida, and he didn't concede because he won fewer votes. When he conceded, he said he did so for the sake of the unity of our country and for the strength of our democracy. So that was the vice president at the time responding to a pretty important Supreme Court case. Now fast forward to a fairly trivial ruling on May 16th, 2025. In really a pretty unremarkable ruling, the Supreme Court validated that people who were set to be deported needed due process before being deported. Do you know how our president responded? With an absolutely deranged public crash out, screaming in all caps,
I feel like everybody just operates under the assumption that the American family structure is normal, but family structure is a linguistic construct. For example, Hawaiian culture distinguish between your cousins and your more close-knit, and there is no need to differentiate between your father and your uncle. However, some indigenous North American groups place way more emphasis on the parent siblings when they have the opposite gender. So the children of your father's brother or your mother's sister are still considered the same as your brother or sister, but the children of your father's sister or your mother's brother are regarded as a different type of cross-cousin entirely. And depending on whether those cultures are matrilineal or patrilineal, you might even have to refer to those cousins with the words for mother and father. Then we get to the Sudanese kinship system, which is considered by far the most complicated type out there. Instead of the words for aunt and uncle, you'll have separate terms for your mother's sister, your mother's brother, your father's sister, and your father's brother. And then you'll have separate language to describe each type of cousin and which part of the family they come from. So in the context of all that, English is really kind of in the middle of how simple or complicated our kinship structure could be. But we still accept this as the default family model, which has real effects on how we behave towards one another. I feel like everybody just operates under the assumption that the American family structure
I had so many people asking to buy my cherry blossom goblets. I've only just started learning how to make these and I can't make them perfect just yet. I also don't have time to make lots of these because I'm working so much.
If you want to know about white Afrikaners, South Africans, ask people from Australia who have experienced them at a core. When Mandela became president, it became a trend for a lot of white.
I have noticed that, unfortunately. He's a bit of a bastard. There's not much I can do about it. I've got everything balanced now, thank God. There's no echo, is there? I was fiddling around with it earlier on with the help of Super Hubby. I wasn't live or anything, I was just getting him to check. He's following me now. Not like watch. I downloaded Twitch on his phone. I will not tell you who he is if he ever appears in chat. No echo! Fucking excellent. Nice one. I remembered what Shanna told me. We message constantly through Discord, and I went back. It was a few months ago actually, and I found the little section she gave me. I managed to fix it this afternoon. While Super Hubby was watching Second World War movies. Like you've seen countless times before, obviously, but he likes he likes quite a lot of them. My favourite ones are Battle of River Plate and shit, I can see it. The Longest Day with everyone in it. I can give or take the Great Escape. Also, lots of names in that one. Let's see what I can find. It's a bit old. What is in London today? Oh my god. Let's see. Oh, what's this one? 40 minutes, that's fine. Who is this in? Oh, it's CNN. Video. Thanks to my sort of brother-in-law, my sister's partner, and a couple of other people I know, IRL and Super Hubby, that's a helicopter you're hearing. So that's probably the news helicopter from CNN, whoever CNN's got based here in the UK, or down in London at least. So that's a helicopter you're hearing. There's not much I can do about that. Isn't that a nice view of the Thames? Christ, that's a muddy looking water. I have no idea what British those are. Have you been to protests, Jim? I've only been to a couple. They were all based in George Square. Last one I went to was fucking years ago. I can't get out that much, unfortunately. No. I do miss going to protests. I did enjoy myself. Obviously, standing up for what you believe in is a good way to show politicians and other people. I'm poor as well. I'm okay in a crowd. I'm not too bad. If it gets too busy, I might need to leave, but depending on the size of it. But the protests I've went to have been relatively small, like a few hundred. So not that big. And the size of George Square, it kind of melts away, essentially. Not many people go to them. Rejoice, comrade. Sozzled Snake is here. Hi, Sozzled. Great to see you as always. Gifter extraordinaire. How you doing, man? It's always good to see you in chat. I can't handle that, it's too much. Is there one without helicopter noise? That's CNN as well. Oh, that one might be quite fun.
It's been 77 years since Palestinians were expelled from their homes in 1948, the Nakba. Around 500,000 people are here today to express their support and show solidarity with Palestine and condemn Israel's continued war on Gaza and the UK government.
Like I said, Sozzled is amazing. Thank you, Sozzled. You've been so kind to my stream, so kind to me. I love it. Try not to do that. Horses are kind of big. You might get a headache, and you'll definitely get a bonk from the poles on top of said horse. Plus, you might get charged with something. Placards, chanting, stuff like that. Try not to get kettled. That's another fun trick. Try not to get kettled by the police. Oh, God. I love that. How many times did Kev play? He just played it a lot. That one, that is just. I hope he's had kids. Let's just say that. That's enough times. Come on, bricks are solid, man. That must have hurt him. Mind you, if he was being a dick, so he deserved it. That was the writing, wasn't it? That Egypt got harmed in. Shouldn't have been writing.
Government's continued arms trade with Israel.
Hi, I'm here today because I believe that we need to end this genocide. It's been going on for over 2 years now. It's horrendous. It's horrendous to see our government's complicity in genocide. And I'm here as a Jewish person to say that not in my name. Just because you support Palestine doesn't mean that that's anti-Semitic. And to be anti-Semitic is anti-Jewish hatred. All of our safety is connected. We're not safe and free until we're all free. So until Palestine is free, Jewish people aren't free either. The Palestinian cause mattered to me before October the 7th. I went on in my own personal journey before that point, and genocide and Nakba has happened before October the 7th, obviously, as we know. But after October the 7th, it felt even more important to be vocal about this as a Jewish person on the left, especially when you're seeing the government say these narratives about what Jewish people think and feel, and Jewish people's feeling threatened by these demos. It feels even more important to say, no, there is a Jewish presence on these demos, and we care about this too, and not in our name.
It's been 77 years since Palestinians were expelled from their homes in 1948, the Nakba. Around 500,000
If you can't read that, Waffle House workers are on strike to demand $25 an hour wage and safer working conditions. Hell yeah, that's the bare minimum. What would that be over here? Actually, give me a second. It might, Jim, actually. Before he went to bed. Yeah, there's the Waffle House Index. I've always found that quite fun. They just the different, all workers do different work, especially them if they have to stay open during hurricanes and tornadoes like Hurricane Alley and then in Florida and parts of the southeast coast and in the Gulf. Yeah, seriously, you wouldn't be able to get me to work in the place. I'm not good in fast food. I wouldn't be good at it. Both my sisters have done fast food restaurants in their life. My middle sister, Burger King, and she was vegetarian at the time. She despised, she hated it, but she needed to do it while she was at uni. I wouldn't be able to do it. I've worked in bars. Bars are a different beast altogether. Bars are brilliant. If you get a good either owner, most of the tavern system, the you know, like the big companies that own great swaths. I've never worked in a Wetherspoons though. One of my besties did. He absolutely hated it. I don't blame him. Seriously, working in Wetherspoons? Ugh. I used to watch Eurovision every year, guaranteed, but when was the last time I watched it? Before the pandemic, I think. I think I might have watched it during the pandemic, during the early time of the pandemic, so about 4 years ago was the last time. I watched it regularly each year, but not so much now, not really. There's only a few decent songs that you can hear in it out of all the countries that participate. Plus, we usually put some safe pop song on. When he came through to tell me Super Hubby was saying that we were 11th. I suppose that's something. He thought that the song was, he agreed with me, safe pop fodder essentially. They do, they do. I wouldn't want them to get Eurovision. I really wouldn't. They've had it before. What was that? Dana International. How long ago was that? Fuck. That must be 10, 15 years plus, I think, by now. Dana International. We can just call them hypocrites, yeah. Cultural washing, essentially. See, look, we're multicultural. Look at us. We're letting all these people in to do the Eurovision and stuff. Yeah, we'll all be laughing at them. It's still the viewers' vote, so they still have to go through all the countries. It usually finishes about now, maybe in 10, 15 minutes more. I remember that episode. Oh dear God, Glenner. That's why I'm so glad that my stepdad's got all the Father Ted DVDs. If I want to see Father Ted again, so I don't need to give Glenner more money. Doesn't deserve it. Mind you, in saying that, some of it might actually go to his ex. Is he a dad? Is Glenner a dad? Does he have kids? Horse. Let's see what else we can find.
Our members are angry at
Maybe 10 months old,
about
but still,
this.
well,
This morning, new concerns about quality control at Boeing.
It's driving us together, a unified membership over the future of this company.
There are issues around the safety culture in Boeing. Their priorities have been on production and not on safety and quality.
We love the Boeing company. We just don't appreciate the people that are making short-term decisions that have destroyed some of the things that we hold dear.
Boeing, the storied American airplane manufacturer, is experiencing extreme turbulence after years of corporate mismanagement. At the core of the problem is the way that Boeing treats its 32,000 unionized workers in Washington and Oregon. Now those workers...
no, they didn't murder him. That was an accident. Totally an accident. Yeah, that's not cutting it, Boeing. We all know what you did. Basically getting shielded by the American government as well. Fucking amazing. Delightful, as I say. Scheiße. Yeah. They need brought to account. They need held to account, essentially. And above all the workers striking, they definitely deserve it. Because people, when they see a Boeing and they're getting on it to fly somewhere, they want to know that their plane is safe, that it's not going to fucking fall out the sky, that the corporate management aren't going to do shady shit, which they obviously have been doing, but we can't prove yet, obviously, which sucks. Yeah.
Members of the Machinists Union and in contract negotiations for the first time in 16 years are making a bid to save the company.
And we all try to put out the safest product and most quality product that we can. A lot of these decisions that are coming down, unfortunately, are coming from upper leadership that are pushing production over safety, over quality. They want the airplanes delivered as fast as possible, and we're trying to do it as quality as possible.
They have focused solely on stock price. And I know that's
Correct, Jim. Correct. And they will be protected. Hello, Philippe. Rejoice, comrades. Fancy Philippe Flop has entered the chat. Rejoice, so old. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Welcome, Philippe. Brilliant subscriber now. Hi. Welcome in. How are you? Hope you are doing well. As the stream title says, protest, strikers and movements. Oh my. Yay! Shani was in thing of it. So glad Shana's helped me do this.
it's important, and profitability is important. They have pushed principles that have undermined the safety and quality of our manufacturing system.
A recent FAA investigation found deep flaws in Boeing's quality control process. One of its plane lines has been grounded. Airlines are jumping ship, and travelers are wary. It's all a product of a long-running issue.
The wages that they pay are comparable with McDonald's, right? There is a big turnover rate, and so a lot of people won't stay there very long to gain the knowledge and the skill set. And that knowledge and skill set goes a long way as far as building the airplane, quality, safety, things like that.
We went inside the top secret negotiations to learn how workers plan on rescuing the aerospace giant while winning the wages and benefits equal to their hard work and expertise.
So at Boeing, I am currently a safety coordinator. Before that, I was an electrical installer in the 767 program. When you have something that you want to fix and you know that you have a better solution and you get pushback, you know, that is frustrating.
You would imagine that a company would rely on the experts that are doing the work for you to give input on how to improve process or how
Change, and a lot of people look back to the merger between Boeing and McDonnell Douglas.
The deal took place in 1997, creating one of the world's biggest airplane manufacturers. But building planes was not the concern. Investment in technology fell dramatically while stock buybacks soared.
We saw many from McDonnell Douglas or GE.
Naughty. I would literally stop them from doing stock buybacks. No. Invest in the company, invest in the product you're making, which fucking shit ferries people around the fucking globe. Make the planes as best as they fucking can. Plus you get government money as well to build the fuckers. And you get loans from the governments. Wherever you're based, you get loans from the governments to rent your airline. There's Yes, anything speculative should be illegal. They're essentially playing with our money at the end of the day. Oh, what the fuck now? Firstly, that word is wrong. Do not use that word. And I am not that anyway. Do you see how pale I am? Bye bye.
Start to take over leadership in this company and shift their priorities, for the company. And a lot of that increasing profit margins. They look to extend programs that should be replaced, and they're.
Feel free to come over to the Twitch stream. I've got the best mods in the fucking world.
Net assets, and you started to see them sell off, different parts of the business, like they sold off Wichita to Spirit, and they, sold off a Boeing facility in Spokane to Triumph.
After the merger, extreme cost-cutting stripped Boeing of important businesses and essential functions. In the early to mid-2000s, Boeing sold manufacturing facilities to subcontractors in Spokane and Wichita, severing quality assurance.
Suppliers were required to reduce their cost to Boeing by 10% each year through the Partnering for Success initiative that they put forth, which really put a strain on the supply chain and the entire workforce.
The Partnering for Success initiative, implemented in the 2010s, was a reviled program meant to squeeze parts makers and suppliers into saving Boeing cash. It wound up sacrificing quality and sustainability, and was scrapped after the Spirit-owned facility played a central role in the door plug fiasco on an Alaska Airlines plane.
And we used to have engineering in-house on all shifts, and now a lot of that's been farmed out. They moved a lot of their engineers down to California and over to Oklahoma. We need to have better access to the engineers and stuff, because there's drawings that we'll find and there's something not right with the drawing or the job. You can't just call up an engineer and be like, hey, can I come up to your office? We need to look at this. This is conflicting information. You can't do that. And so it makes the process take days instead of a couple of hours.
It led to dangerous compromises and mistakes throughout the production process.
When I came through, the trainers were Boeing members. They were guys that came from my job and were training me to do that job. Now they've hired outside contractors, and these guys have never worked on airplanes. They've never worked at Boeing.
The company started to remove thousands of inspections. We build the plane, we also inspect the plane. We make sure it's built the way it was designed, the way the process was approved through the FAA and the requirements to maintain that repeatability throughout the production system. And the company started to remove quality inspections and push that onto the mechanic. And they did that as a way to increase profits on the short term, but long term to the detriment of the infrastructure and control over the product that we've seen in the last 10 years.
Boeing's budget cuts extended to the people who make their planes, who they all but blackmailed several times since the last full negotiation in 2008.
They threatened to remove the 777X somewhere else. That was the most successful wide-body program in history at that time. We're building 8.3 airplanes a month, and they threatened to take the 777X somewhere else.
Boeing's size and its threat to destroy production and bring on less knowledgeable workers forced the union into worse deals with little negotiating. The first came in 2011, followed by another in 2013.
Local union officials had urged their 30,000 members to oppose the deal, arguing the proposal surrendered too much at a time of company profitability.
So we were forced into negotiations where we lost our pension, stagnated wages for the last 8 years, and had a huge cost shift on health care.
The union wound up approving the deal with just 51% of the vote in a low turnout election. It led to big reforms in the local machinists union and a determination to fix things for both workers and the company this time around.
We did propose over 40% over a 3-year period, over the life of the agreement. Our proposal was based off of our investigation around wages in similar classifications in the aerospace industry.
I think the biggest thing for us in the upcoming contract is getting those retiree benefits. I have a lot of people that are getting ready to retire. I'd like to retire one day, and I'd like to have those benefits available.
So I've literally lost $270,000 of my retirement because they got rid of the pension.
We haven't seen improvements to vacation and sick leave amounts for years. Our members deserve to receive more pay, have more paid time off, and be able to choose how they work overtime.
I really am excited to see some more life-work balance be brought into the contract. A lot of people now are focused on really improving that life-work balance and not having to be forced into working all the time and not being able to spend time with your family.
The goal for us is to achieve an agreement that we can recommend, that our members can accept, that addresses their priorities: the higher wages, retirement security, improved health care, improved paid time off, job security, areas around quality and safety.
As a union, we've asked to have a seat at the table with the board of directors, and I personally think that the Boeing company needs to look at that seriously.
We never thought about that we needed a seat on the board, the workers' voice on the board, but this board of directors has been so disconnected from the production system.
I think that we should have a seat at the table and to ensure that our members can be taken care of and that we can build a good quality, safe aircraft that the Boeing company can, provide for their customers.
The early stages of negotiations are underway ahead of the contract ending in September. In July, the union will take a strike authorization vote at T-Mobile Park.
It's going to take solidarity. We're going to all have to stand together.
It's very important that we have a production system that works as it's supposed to. It saves money, makes it more efficient, keeps people from getting injured, and in the end, delivers an airplane that customers and the flying public demand.
See, why do you feel the need to? Why do you feel the need to do this to me? I am literally a no one on the internet. I dare you to do this in Kev Logan or No Justice MTG, hell in a stream. We don't just pile onto you. Seriously, what? White servant? Last time I checked on my own person. Christ's sake. Please, can you just fuck off? No, he bloody isn't, you for donkey. I'll get him. Nope. Less of that, fuck off. No one is a white servant. Are you okay to stay over there, Jim? And police it so I can carry on doing my stream. Seriously, who the fuck are these sad, pathetic little bastards? Seriously, get a life.
Thank you so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this one, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel to get more Perfect Union in your feed. And if you have any ideas for stories that you would like for us to investigate, just drop them in the comments below.
Feel free to go over there, Sawzord, and subscribe. Always a pleasure to have you on both if you want. It hardly ever happens here on my Twitch stream, which is kind of good. Most of the bot raids I've had have always been on my YouTube for some strange reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's the algorithm or something. Bring it. You be the mod extraordinaire over there, Jim. Thank you so much. Seriously, pathetic. Go and get some real problems. Go and get some real, get a real life for yourselves. I don't get these people. I really don't. If they're here to learn, I'm here to teach. I can help people after a fashion, really. Oh, Katie.
I do want to get to the potential happy ending that you talk about, and you cite Bayard Rustin, and you also cite
yeah, he
Goodwin.
became,
so what's
yes, these two
yeah.
guys sort of became my heroes when I was writing The People Know. And the last few chapters of it are very much informed by them. They're both really interesting guys. But this was for your viewers who haven't read the book, there's this the word populism is often abused nowadays, and there is a populist tradition in American life. And if you take as the definition of populism something having to do with the people who invented the word, who called themselves populists, what that word would mean is a transracial movement for economic democracy. Working class, transracial. That's what the original populists were. That's what they thought they were doing. They didn't have a lot of success at it, but that was the idea. That's what they were after. And they were sort of the model for all these various populist moments that have come since then. One of those populist moments would be the sort of union organizing moment in the 1930s and 40s. Another would be the 1960s, when you had Martin Luther, it's King and Bayard Rustin who were leading it. And they actually would look back to the original populist movement and talk about how important that was. But okay, two important guys. So Larry Goodwin had been an activist with the civil rights movement in the state of Texas. And at some point, he discovered populism. He had never heard of it before, but somebody told him about it, and he went out and did.
See, like I said in chat, most Katies are based. Another case in point, Katie Halper. Obviously, we don't count Katie Hopkins. She can piss off. But myself, Katie Montgomery, Katie Halper. We are all pretty based individuals in our own little spheres. We are good people. Obviously, Katie Montgomery is fucking amazing. Loving her, seeing her rejoice like this. So good. Doing the good fight, doing the good thing. Fighting the good fight. Carry on, my fellow Katie.
this, went to graduate school and decided to become the world's greatest authority.
Oh, thanks, Jim. I try my best. Obviously, Katie Montgomery and Katie Halper have got this down pat. They've perfected their broadcasting essentially on YouTube and other places. Obviously, they both get up. Does Katie Montgomery get on the news? I know Katie Halper has, obviously. Her background and everything. She has actually appeared on proper mainstream media to say based shit, obviously. I love Katie Halper so much as well. She's brilliant.
On the populist movement, and he was from Texas. Populism was a big deal in Texas, and so he did that. He became he wrote this fantastic book about populism in the 1970s, and then he sort of took a step back and looked at his experience in one great democratic grand populist movement, the civil rights movement, trying to organize and activate average people. It's a movement that's built from the ground up. If the civil rights movement, there was a lot of very populist activity going on, and his experience in that and his historical knowledge of this other populist movement, and let's draw some conclusions from this. And so he wrote this article that was very important to me, where he described what you have to do to build a movement like those two. And you can also throw in there organized labor in the 1930s. And he said it's very, very difficult. It's one of the hardest things in a democracy to do, but you have to try, because this is the lifeblood of economic democracy. And I would actually go further than that. I'd say that we now know for sure that delivering, economic democracy from the top down, the white collar model, is a failure. And we know that because of the experience of the Clinton and Obama years. When Obama came in, by the way, I was a very different person. I don't know if I knew you then. I was writing for the Wall Street Journal. I was one of the reasons I liked Obama so much is because he is himself a brilliant man, and he was bringing with him so many other brilliant people. And I thought this is the answer. You remember after Bush was...
I have 2 Lindor left. Yay! Oh, cool emotes. I like them. Thank you, James. Thank you. I have 2 Lindor left. Milk chocolate in the red wrapper. Dark chocolate in the black wrapper. Which one should I have first? Random emojis, yeah. Obviously, between me, Kevin, Helena, and Raptor, I think we've got our emote game down pat. Mine's will be expanding, don't you worry about that. I'm currently formulating a couple more up in the noggin. Watch this space. It'll probably take me a couple of months to save up for them and pay my lovely emote designer to make them for me. I'll keep it a secret who's doing it, because that might give it away a bit. They've done this one. Which I love, obviously. Bonk. That is a frying pan, by the way. Just think of the old wife chasing the husband around the house because he's being a wank. Being an idiot, essentially chasing him around the house with the frying pan. That's why I chose it. So old Scottish sort of phrase, essentially. Maybe British. More British, because we all kind of use it. Bonk someone or smack someone with a frying pan. But bonk is better. I like bonk. It's changed from what its original meaning was, which was... It's got other names, obviously. You can think of a few. Well, I can think of a lot, actually, for that act. Dark chocolate.
had so deliberately put fools in charge of everything. Do you remember this? Hacks and cronies, but there were hundreds of others. I forget who he had in charge of the Securities and Exchange Commission, but it's like guys in charge of things who despise those agencies, right? And here comes Obama, and he's going to put actually like talented people in charge of things. And it turns out to be like the Pete Buttigieg phenomenon, right? Let's like get a guy who's smart, get a guy that worked at McKinsey, right? Put Larry Summers in charge of things, right? You know, he was president of Harvard.
Why would you put Larry Summers in charge of that? He's an evil. We need a leftist in charge of these kind of movements, a leftist like me. I was thinking of changing one of my tags to eco-socialist. Because I'm all about renewables and everything now. Especially since our electric here in Scotland is 100, is fully renewable electricity generation, even though we still get scalped because of marginal pricing. We get charged extra because they've still got the price tied to the price of fossil fuels, even though all of our electricity generation is renewable. Plus, we get charged to put it on the national grid, which makes no fucking sense. Oh yeah, but we have to build more transmission units. Fuck off, do it. We're selling our excess. It's like 115% that we produce for the country. We sell our excess to Norway, for fuck's sake. They give us money. We don't get charged. And under capitalism, that's the better way of doing things. As far as some of these people are concerned. But you're too far away. Fuck off. Build the transmission. And I feel like I'm screaming into the fucking void. Do tidal, for fuck's sake.
You know, it'll work, right? And we were in for and it was a shock to me that didn't work. This was one of those moments when you know, the light goes on in your head and you.
James, Aberdeenshire, up there, obviously the borders. They're the two main areas I'm worried about. They're going to try and get some seats in the central belt. They're going to lose your fucking deposit, man, frog. I'm hoping Labour gets scalped as well. Just literally, fuck off. You're immiserating us. You don't deserve to be in power. Although it's only in Hollywood. I like John Swinney. He's okay. I miss Nicola. Kind of, a bit. I do not miss Alex Salmond. Okay, he's dead. And I've always believed in the adage, respect the dead, but some of them do deserve to be dead. Salmond was a bit divisive, let's put it that way. He split the country down the middle, even though he was quite a good orator, obviously. He always has been. Always was, I say, now that he's gone. I like Nicola, she was quite good. Who would I like? I wouldn't want Kate Forbes, obviously. Problematic, to say the least. I'm starting to lose faith in my actual MSP. He's SNP as well. It's Bob Doris, if you want to check him out. So that's my MSP. So I'm not sure. He might be on shaky ground. He might lose his seat next year. The ones over in my home city of Perth, they're solidly SNP now. And they've actually got a couple of good MSPs for where they are, which is good. That and Clackmannan and Sharon Parks of Stirling, they're all relatively decent people. A couple of Labour in the Kingdom of Fife. 95's been Labour for a while. Thanks Gordon Brown for that one. The Outer Hebrides, they usually go Lib Dem. We will see. Don't you worry. I'm formulating how I'm going to be doing it. Plus, there's going to be council elections in Scotland as well next year. But you've got all the major cities, including Birmingham, so Kev might be doing. I might suggest to him if he wants to stream with me, we can cover it together. Obviously, Helen, this has just happened. Basically, reform, taking lots of the seats there in the councils, just fucking aimed me. Seriously, I'm worried about the borders and I'm worried about the Aberdeenshire area. They might the reform might capture those. They can try in the central belt if they like, especially here in Glasgow. God. Seriously, I hope reform get fucking booted. They fucking deserve it. And Labour deserve an absolute mauling, in my opinion. Hopefully it'll happen. I'm not entirely sure if she's still going to be Tory leader. Oh, it's not him anymore. It's not Dross anymore, it's someone else. I can't remember who the Scottish Tory leader is up here. Obviously another idiot, another Tory scumbag. In fact, I'll check. Let's see who the Scottish Tory leader is up here. I miss her. I miss Mary so much. But from what I've seen, heard from her and what she's said when she's been interviewed and stuff, just shortly before and shortly after she left, that she wasn't standing for last year. Was it 2019? I can't remember if she stood down just after 2019. Yes, Oswald, he's a bellend. Ask any Scottish person or ask any SNP member. Yeah, bellend. My granddad, may he rest in peace. I miss the man so much. He's been SNP. He was SNP all his life. All his voting life, essentially, all his working life. And he didn't like him. He still believed in SNP, but he didn't want Alex in charge. He wanted some other people. I personally would have wanted it to be Winnie Ewing. She was based. I quite liked Winnie. She's from my area, by the way, Winnie Ewing. Plus the Ewing dynasty, they were basically, you can treat the Ewings here in Scotland, especially from Perthshire, as like the Bushes or the Clintons, those sort of political dynasties, or the Kennedys. They were good. I miss Winnie. And I miss Margot MacDonald as well. She was cool. I liked Margot.
Spend years trying to understand it and trying to figure out what went wrong. And that was a critical turning point for me, a critical sort of eye-opening experience for me. And what I've decided is that economic democracy from the top down, by that model, will never happen. Those bankers are their friends. There is you'll never break that sense of class alliance that they have with the people who own this country. It has to come from the bottom up. It has to come from us. And if it has to come from us, then that means populism.
Oh, God. He was one of the shadow positions. It's Russell Finlay, Dross stepped down. He's still an MSP, but he's not the leader of the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party. Remember its full title, because they don't want us to have an independent. Some of them didn't even want us to have a fucking parliament. So as far as I'm concerned, the Tories are scum. I hate them. So it's Russell Finlay now. Former investigative journalist? Seriously? Oh. Yeah, fine. Yeah, accept cookies. Newly elected, this is from the 27th of September last year. Newly elected Scottish Conservative leader Russell Finlay has said his party will change in order to win back public trust. Oh God, pull the other one, there's bells on it. The former journalist comfortably defeated his Scottish Parliament colleagues Murdo Fraser and Megan Gallagher. Murdo Fraser. Why does he still exist? Oh. In a ballot of party members, so that's Scottish Tory party members, essentially. Just normal people who are members of the party. Really. The contest followed the resignation of Dross, thank God, who announced midway through the general election campaign that he was standing down as Scottish leader. Because your poll rating fucking nosedive, Douglas. You were essentially a puppet for the Tory party down in England. And you were ridiculed and despised, mostly ridiculed up here actually. Finlay said he would seek to represent those who are scurred, good Scottish word that, with the fringe obsessions of the Scottish Parliament. What the fuck do you mean by that, Finlay? And feel that politicians do not understand the concerns of ordinary voters, because that's rich coming from a Tory.
That means building a movement. That means building a movement of people, working class people from all different racial backgrounds, from all different national backgrounds, religious backgrounds, all of them. That's what it means. How do you do it? But Goodwin says when you're going to build a movement like that, one of the most important pieces of advice that he gives is you have to practice what he calls ideological patience. Okay? You are working with the rank and file of humanity. You are trying to organize them into a movement. You can't, correct them all the time. You can't demand that they come to the movement fully formed already, that they already know the lingo, that they already speak the language. We don't do that anymore. The left in America today.
Yeah, he was a linesman in the Premiership. Yes, he was, Jim. He was laughable at the best of times. I would look him up, but I just end up swearing at my fucking laptop, seeing him on the screen. I try to avoid the wee idiot as much as I can. Oh, by the way, he's younger than me, so not fully formed. Can I say that? I think he's in his late 30s.
Is on a kind of purity spree that I've never seen in the course of my life. You see it. There's antecedents, right? Like the SDS in the late 1960s or something like that. But you cannot build a mass popular movement with the model that we've got today of canceling people and deplatforming and all of this bullshit that goes on.
Oops, not X.
Talking.
It's lovely talking to you as always.
Oh, hello.
We were just talking about you kids.
I'm Denise.
Thanks, Huzzled. Carry on. Just go over to YouTube and type in all in one word, lowercase, Katie Marshall 4340, and you should find me. I've got more people over here. I could actually do with a lot more people over my YouTube, actually. Trying to get to 1,000. Fuck, this is going to take forever.
Denise Heberly.
And I'm Bill Goodman.
Together, we've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a successful firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut
the fuck up.
You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. In a holding cell with your comrades?
Shut the fuck up. Cop knocks on your door?
Shut the fuck up.
Texting on an unsecured device?
Shut the fuck up. Pulled over by the cops after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. Cop just asking about your day?
Shut the fuck up. Feds call your mom?
Tell your mother to shut the fuck up.
Now, repeat after me. When the cops come calling, what do you do? Shut the fuck up!
Good advice. Shut the fuck up.
And he says, at the beginning, when they started organizing, only 10% of the students were against the tuition hike. And they spent a long period of patient work, of escalating action, of involving more and more people and organizing them, convincing more and more, everyone bringing their friends in, convincing them, until there were massive general assemblies of thousands which ultimately voted for this movement. I think it's good to talk a little bit more about how this was done. So first of all, obviously, they went to the campuses, they talked to every single person about the tuition increase and tried to convince them. And by the way, unlike 2012, today, far more than 10% of the students support Palestine. I've been out here talking to people, talking to them about whether they support a student strike. They're not all here today, which is unfortunate, but probably more than half of the people I spoke to said they're in favor of a student strike. We have to show these people how powerful this movement is by building bigger and bigger demonstrations, bigger and bigger walkouts, bigger and bigger action, inspire them, show what we can do and prove ourselves, right? And then we need to convince the people who are not already convinced with patient discussion and explanation, exactly as was done in 2012. And in 2012, this was an amazing movement. This massive involvement of hundreds of thousands of people who really felt that the movement was theirs, that they had a democratic say in all the decisions, that they really genuinely had control. And so you had this massive kind of outpouring of energy.
The order is educate, organise, agitate. Organize. If you've already got an educated people that you can surround yourself with, obviously that's good. Organising, say to people, what do you feel about this? Are you aggrieved? Are you going to get hit by this? Then if they agree, say, well, come and join us. We are campaigning for blah thing. In this case, this organising was to stop the tuition hike, essentially. It happened here before. Thanks, Nick Clegg, you absolute stain on humanity. Hope you're enjoying having fun working for Meta. So organise, say to people, we are standing for this, we don't want this to happen, or we want this to happen, want to move this, want to change the Overton window, blah, blah, blah. Building mass movements takes time, obviously, unless it's something pretty major, then you get mass movements, mass protests like we saw in London. Oh, don't say that, Jim. There's obviously some good things about where you are, I would hope. I'm lucky. I've got Glasgow, and plus there's lots of good friends here that I can actually talk to if we want to start anything. But unfortunately, a good few of us are actually disabled. That's why we can actually do a lot of online agitation. It does have a. I do have kind of a reach, I guess. Obviously, between Kev and Helena and SK the Crusader and stuff, especially with his videos. They're a gold mine to educate people. Thank you, Sinan. They're amazing. If you haven't, go and check out his one for Wes. Fuck it. Should I show it? Fuck it. Let's watch. It's an hour and 23. It's a bit long. Obviously not as long as the ones he's done for Kier. They're good if you've got a few hours spare just to watch them. But the one for Wes is actually quite fun. Okay, SK. Let's see there.
Why do a video about Wes Streeting, a man who's somehow less photogenic than Keir Starmer, a man who in any other country wouldn't be elected as a dog catcher? Because I love weird guys who are in politics, and there's no one who oozes weirdness more than Wes Streeting. In a parliament filled with wannabe boxers, people who've been radicalized by right-wing YouTubers, alleged sex criminals, and Ed Davey, Wes Streeting stands out. There's just something captivatingly odd about him as a character, even if his political trajectory is typical of his particular faction within the Labour Party and British politics. The historic tweets about all sorts of topics, but in particular I enjoy the ones about McDonald's, and the occasional outburst on social media are highlights, but he's just a fucking weirdo. So the guy's weird. So what? There are plenty of strange people in Parliament, and that doesn't mean they deserve their own video. Well, Wes Streeting is...
Okay, before we get into it, I need to go for a second. I will be right back, comrades. See, look at the, oh, just look at the way I've paused it. Look at Simon's face. Be right back.
different. First, he's the current health secretary, which means that he's in charge of the NHS and social care, arguably one of the most important roles in government. Second, if you believe the odds, Wes Streeting is the most likely person to become the next Labour leader, or at least among the favourites.
Shut up, Wesley.
I think Keir Starmer will resign before an election, which means that he's possibly going to become Prime Minister. Yes, Wes Streeting is quite likely to become Prime Minister. My final point along this line is that if various books and media reports are to be believed, he's the preferred successor of Morgan McSweeney, Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, and the power behind the throne, at least in terms of the Starmer Project, such that it is. So the political forces in the Labour Party are leaning his way, which makes him inherently worthy of discussion. He's possibly the UK's next Prime Minister, despite being, as we'll see, something of a lightweight and a joke. I'm also here to disabuse people of certain notions about Wes Streeting. I've seen it said many times, often by centrists, but not exclusively, that Wes Streeting is one of, if not the best political communicators in Britain. If you are a centrist and you're watching this, I want you to know that for once, I don't mean that as a hostile term, but just categorical, and I want you to pay attention here. If Wes Streeting is the best, or one of the best political communicators in the country, we have a serious problem. Just as an example, I'll show you this attempt to give advice to pensioners who were worried about the winter fuel allowance cuts to just whet your appetite.
What's your advice to pensioners who are frightened about the forthcoming winter?
Well, two things. Firstly, the winter fuel allowance is being means tested to support the poorest pensioners. We've also extended things like the warm homes discount and the hardship support. But the other advice I would give is, like, in terms of the triple lock, we're committed to that. That means that pensioners will be better off next winter and the winter after than they were last winter because we've committed to the triple lock.
Only if they're on the new state pension, and most people aren't on a new state pension.
And this exceptionally long, clumsy, and frankly unnecessary political metaphor he used about a ship that I won't play all the way through, it will just be in the background. But my God, just say the only reason we still have a ship is because of Keir Starmer. You don't have to show off how well you understand the golden age of piracy here. So not only is he...
I thought that as well. Me and Helen are both thought, I was worried that Wes, it looks like it's going to be Wes, fucking just end me, please, just fucking put me out of my misery. Me and Helen are both thought Bridget Phillipson, but it looks like she might get canned at the next reshuffle. Overlord McSweeney doesn't like her, apparently, from what I can tell at least.
A potential successor to Keir Starmer, he's also someone who's having a political mythology built up about him that will probably dissolve on first contact with concentrated press attention. Which is very funny, but one thing I'm getting a little tired of is people being confused about how this happens and reflexively blaming press coverage or bias. Those things are issues. I may have even talked about them on the channel before, but sometimes the Emperor really does have no clothes. Wes Streeting is probably the worst high-profile frontbencher currently on the government side. There are arguments to be made for Liz Kendall and Rachel Reeves as worse, and while both are contributing to the government's ongoing program of social murder, in order to appease the line that must never be allowed to be made sad, no one in the press is really touting either of these two as potential prime ministers. In Liz Kendall's case, that's because she can barely string a sentence together without flying into a rage about the prospect of a disabled person owning a TV. And in Reeves' case, it's because she's completely out of her depth and possibly a fraud. It's never really been clarified. Also because the Labour Party is never going to elect a woman as its leader. They'll literally take any excuse not to do so. In those cases, though, I would argue Liz Kendall has a talent for brutalizing the poor, and Rachel Reeves is basically holding herself hostage. Wes Streeting is a powerful combination of being a true believer, corrupt, a dickhead, and unable to communicate without unsettling at least half the country. A good example is the time he insisted his suggested policy of mandatory weight loss jabs for the unemployed was not dystopian, which I promise we'll talk about a bit later, but there's no way to look at that headline and picture combination and not conclude that something dystopian is going on. He's also in the pocket of private healthcare, with 60% of his declared donations coming from companies and individuals linked to private healthcare, which makes all his talk of reform to the NHS feel like a barely disguised code. So he is just relentlessly incompetent, corrupt, and cruel, a toxic combination of traits that makes his promotion by sections of the press concerning, to put it mildly. Really, the only thing I need to say about Wes Streeting is what Dawn Foster said about him in this message, calling him a...
Oh, I have to read this one out. I knew Wes when he was a student and he was the NUS president. My sister actually met him. She was the Scottish NUS president when he was at uni. So my sister met him. She used to like him. She doesn't now. I knew this when I was a student and he was the NUS president, always been a right-wing lick-spittle cunt. Oh, burn. Correct, Jim. Correct. I have read the book and seen the film. Obviously, they changed the name to Soylent Green for the film. They should have just kept the book title, Make Room, Make Room. It explains the book in the title. Well, it's in that aspect of the book, essentially. The book's better.
Right-wing lick-spittle cunt. That's really all he is. His particular political journey may be emblematic of his particular tendency within Labour, but that's what it boils down to. So this video is going to be structured in a particular way, partially chronologically, partially thematic, which means you ought to be able to use the timestamps to find your way around pretty easily and have an idea of where you are. Feel free to jump around and dip in and out. I know it's a bit longer than my recent output. There's no hard feelings if you're just here for a specific part of his career. It's fine, really. With that, let's start the story at the beginning with this and what Wes Streeting was up to before he was an MP. Much like in my first video about Keir Starmer, I think there's value in looking at the pre-Parliament career of Wes Streeting, just to get a sense of where he comes from and how he's ended up as one of the most right-wing members of one of the most right-wing cabinets Labour and Britain has ever produced. Normally, we'd have to sift through a bunch of articles where his past was brought up, and if he was someone newsworthy, we'd have to find some articles about him. For example, his time as NUS president would be a treasure trove. We will do a little bit of that. But I couldn't resist this. It's Wes Streeting's autobiography covering his life up until his election to Parliament. Now,
Scrubby's recommended that one to me as well, just for me to read. So that's the second recommendation for The King in Yellow. That might need to go onto my book list on YouTube, on Amazon. Thanks, Jim.
Now, one might say it's ambitious for a man who was 39 at the time of publication to release an autobiography that covers his life up to age 32, and it possibly is, he justifies this by using his diagnosis and treatment for cancer as motivation to write it, and purely in the abstract, I kind of respect it. Arguably, it's a lot healthier.
Is he? I have a deep respect for Scribby. He's helped me a lot as well. Praise be Scribby, wherever he may be. Plus, I've got his drum solo on my YouTube Music playlist. Seriously, awesome drummer. And awesome comrades as well. Oh God, back to Wes. Carry on, Sinan.
Than a lot of the other responses you could have to that. On the other hand, and I don't like to say this, this book is kind of dog shit.
Yes.
The worst combination of someone trying to construct a political mythology about themselves and a person who clearly doesn't have any substance about them, whether politically or in terms of being an interesting person, which speaks to something I think goes unacknowledged about books written by politicians. They're not usually for the general public. Like, Wes Streeting didn't write this and think, oh, I can't wait for Escape the Crusader, or Barry Down the Pub, or those nans I'm gonna freeze to read this. Often books by politicians are actually written for their colleagues and for political journalists. Not that they'll mind if the public do engage with their work, of course. As I just said, it's a way for him to transmit the political myth he wants those people to repeat about him, either when he inevitably attempts his leadership bid or when the press report on him more generally. For me, this makes this book, terrible though it is, important in understanding Wes Streeting. It's telling us how he wants to be seen by the people who matter. There was and still is this tendency among politicians to lean into their upbringing and background, both as a way to bolster their political mythology and to justify certain positions. It's not helped.
All separate, Sozzled. All separate. Yes, we're shielded. England isn't. He's in charge of the NHS in England, and only in England. We've got NHS Scotland. Wales has got their own as well, and Northern Ireland's a bit odd. They follow what happens in England, but they do implement their own policies as well for their NHS up there. But yeah, we're shielded. We've got our own NHS that's devolved. That isn't a reserve powers, thank God. No, we've got our own up here, and so's Wales. So we're shielded. Everyone in England, you are fucked. Come up here if you like. So I don't mean that horribly or anything, but as long as this little stain, this little wank's in charge, you are going to get screwed. I think by the looks of it, you're going to get screwed by him. So if you want to come up here where you actually get better care, we're the best performing NHS in the UK, by the way. Thank you. Sorry, I just have to shout out Scotland every now and again. So, yeah, we're shielded. Thank fuck. Yeah, I quite like her. I've always had a good experience in the NHS up here. It's brilliant. I'm well looked after. Don't choose worry. Yeah. So the version of Katie who lives down in England, holy fuck, trying to get an appointment, trying to get a referral to like rheumatology, physio, obviously I had to get taken into hospital for the blood clots. So all that side's fine. I'm getting sent to haematology to make sure they're getting broken down properly by Apixaban. So I'm getting well cared for. And I'm going to orthotics now. Again, I've got insoles for my shoes to help correct my posture because my feet curve inwards because of my arthritis. And I'm unstable. My joints keep on buckling and I'm getting the support custom made from orthotics for my right knee because it keeps on buckling on me. Monday the 9th of June, I will keep you all posted. The minute I get the actual brace, the actual support, I will show it on my stream to show you how it's going to work. Can't wait to get it. They have to measure and do scans and shit like that. Measure my knee, get x-rays and MRIs of it as well. I think Last X-ray was actually only a couple of months ago. They might be able to use that. And my last MRI earlier this year, February? January or February, I went to get my knees MRI'd. So they might be able to use that as well. I might not need to go for an MRI again. Definitely don't need to go for an X-ray because I went 2 months ago. So that's pretty much recent for them, recent enough. So knee support, so I'll be able to walk properly, or at least not buckle as much.
By the fact that the UK press is seemingly obsessed with class while not really understanding it very well. You can see this clip from Sky News. Hal Streeting has used his background in this clip to provide cover for policies that will harm people who are growing up in similar conditions to him.
You know, I'm in many respects a product of the welfare system and a product of what an effective state could be. When I was growing up, the welfare system put food in the fridge and money in the electric meter. We had a council house, and a state education gave me every opportunity to be now sat in front of you today as a government minister responsible.
Yes, Wes. People your age and my age, we're all lucky. I managed to get an actual council house with Super Hubby. Praise be. We were one of the last few, and we're one of the few left that actually have old Glasgow City Council housing tenancy agreements, because we got our flat before the switch over to the housing association, essentially. When all the council housing, I mean every last one of them in Glasgow, got taken over by Glasgow Housing Association, which was the umbrella organisation, and it all divided into different areas. Get called. Mine's is NG Homes, so North Glasgow Homes essentially is the controlling company, essentially, that has my house. But essentially I've still got my old missive from Glasgow City Council. They can't change that. As long as we stay in that flat, as long as we're tenants there, there's fuck all they can do about us. And we can demand, well not demand, ask for shit. And they're obliged to do it. Like they're currently fixing my flat right now. Well, it's all fixed. New bed, new kitchen, new bathroom suite, carpets, new floorboards, stuff like that. We've been in here since December, so I've been in this fucking 22nd floor hellhole. Well, I don't like being this high. Flat itself is actually quite nice, but I hate being this high. I have vertigo. I have an inner ear imbalance, so being this high is freaking me out. Plus, it doesn't help that the windows are so fucking wide, sun streams in, and I'm fucking getting flustered with it. At least it's making my hair look blonder.
Responsible for our NHS and social care services.
There's a book called Authentocrats that covers this. It's quite good on the topic, and an authentocrat is exactly how I would describe Streeting and what he's doing in this book. He has the dream.
Yes, Oswald, well said. Like I said, I feel for people who are just like me, the same sort of issues and stuff that live down in England. If I could reach out to them, I would literally encourage them to come up here if they could, if they can move up. I know it's not possible for everyone. I'm lucky. I am kind of blessed. All my experiences in the hospital, anytime I've needed to go into hospital, or anytime I only have to wait a few days for a GP appointment now. It's rather good. Not a week, 2 weeks, a month even to see my GP. It's like days or a week at the most.
Background for an authentocrat. Though it is worth noting that while he doesn't shy away from his background, either in media interviews or in the book, he does talk about his shame about being in poverty and how he kind of did what I did, which was to never really look back once you left home. Now, my background is very different to his, but I think this notion of him having escaped has informed a lot of his politics. I mean, chapter 12 in this book is literally called The Great Escape and features both him working at McDonald's and reading a book by Tony Blair. Things I wish I could escape about Wes Streeting, but I'm the one who decided to do this video. I can't even blame the patrons and members for this one because I picked the topic. I hate myself
Anytime you have like, oh, by the way, I'm a Patreon. I'm a patron of Simon, by the way. So I've joined his Patreon and I'm a YouTube member. So we get to pick what the topics are. Oh my God. Maybe I should involve you guys. I can give you the list, I can click the link in and write them down and you can vote on it and what one I should vote for. Obviously, there's mostly history and politics and stuff and social movements. Like I say, SK is brilliant. It usually picks either the most popular or the second popular one. What is it? Told you it's going to be fucking excellent. Especially as a drummer.
sometimes. There's a fatal flaw which we all fall into, which is that we assume our experience is the default. There's this tendency about people who have managed to break through class barriers, as he did, in order to end up at Cambridge Uni, to just assume that others have failed because they lacked your brilliance or your work ethic, rather than you being exceptionally fortunate.
Rejoice, rejoice. Reza is in the chat. Welcome, Reza. Hello, comrade. Good to see you. How you doing? SK the Crusader video about Wes Streeting. Seeing SK go off on Wes Streeting, love it. It is glorious. Plus, Wes deserves it, obviously.
That's not to say that if you go from a background defined by poverty and instability, as Wes clearly has, according to the book, to Health Secretary, that there isn't a lot of hard work behind it. It's just that when you're the exception, it's worth understanding not just that you are the exception, which Wes does understand, I think, but why. I don't want to put anything on him, but it does feel like he doesn't want to look directly at that. Back to his Authentocrat background for a second here. He has almost a perfect story in this respect. He has Tory fans.
I'm doing well, Reza. Fiery yellow orb has set. I'm feeling a lot better. Without that sun streaming into the flat, making me all sweaty and stuff, trying to burn me again. During the day, I try to wear my hair down as much as possible to protect the back of my neck and my back, the top part of my back, so I don't get burnt again. That's happened. That happened a few days ago. I got burnt on the back of my neck and on my back because I was wearing a tank top. Sun coming in through the living room window, through that wall. So I had super happy. I had to put calamine lotion on the back of my neck. That was delightful. I had it up in the bun. Not again, as much as I can stand it, because I do actually quite sweat and my hair's quite greasy. I try to shield the back of my neck. Obviously, I could put sunblock on my face and on my décolletage and on my arms and fingers. But no, getting sunburnt in your own fucking house? No, that noise can fuck off. Seriously, that's fucking ridiculous. So the sooner I get out of this flat and back down to my actual flat, which is on the ground floor, and it's north-south facing, so the sun doesn't come in. This flat is east-west facing, so the sun streams in constantly until it fucking sets. I like my little flat down the road. It's better for me. Plus, the lifts are starting to freak me out. They keep on wobbling. Like I say, being 22 floors up fucking sucks.
Family members. He grew up in poverty. He inherited a devout, by British standards, because Britain is very culturally secular, attitude towards Christianity, and was at the sharp end of policies and issues that he now supports and exacerbates. It's really just perfect. A true imagining of what the typical salt of the earth Brit is like. Now, I have no cause to doubt that he's being truthful in that description of his background, and there are stories that he tells here that are things I wouldn't wish on anyone, which makes me wonder why he wishes them upon others. Why does he create the conditions that make those things more likely?
Because he's a neoliberal, Sinan. He loves having power, obviously. Obviously, he sells himself like a blah blah blah. I'm not saying TOS and everything. But we know why he does this. He's literally slighting everyone from the same background that he comes from. So fuck him. Seriously, fuck him. I kind of come back. I come from a background similar to his. I've managed to make a great escape after a fashion, I guess. I've done well for myself. My health has held me back, don't get me wrong in that. But now he's lording it over us? No, fuck off. Disingenuous little bastard that he is. I've talked to my sister about him and see what her opinion of him is. Said he's lost his way. That's what Westminster does to you. No. He had lost his way before he got into Parliament. I have read up on this man, even though he's a few years younger than me. No. I bet he was like this when he was the NUS president as well.
There's a particular quote on page 98 that absolutely drove me up the wall, where he says, "I've always been conscious of the fact that many people feel more like victims of the state than supported by it," in reference to his mum.
Whereas, listen to me, that's what you're doing now. The cognitive dissonance within this man's brain must be astounding.
Having her benefits arbitrarily cut. Like, yeah, Wes, did you suddenly decide that now you're the one victimizing people? It's suddenly okay? Is that what happened? Something interesting.
I have been stuck in the lift sozzled when I worked for BT Business Billing. There was a power outage in Glasgow when I was working there during the millennium, just before the millennium. I got hired in September 99 and I worked up until March of 2000. And oh fuck, I remember it. There was a power outage on Halloween and I got stuck in the lift when I was going up to my shift. So this was at like 10 to 9 in the morning and there was a power outage for like 10 minutes. Then they got the power started up, but I was stuck in that lift for 40 minutes. Ugh. Luckily back then I didn't have the same bladder issues, let's put it politely, as I do now back then, so thank God. But being stuck in that lift, there was only two of us, thank God. There was me and a manager for 2 floors up from where I worked, essentially. She was the supervisor for sales for their internet sales for ordinary people, for households and stuff. And we were sitting there and I was kind of freaking out and all colour had drained from me, essentially. She was nice to me. Thanks, Chris. She was nice. She hated working for BT as well. We said it in code. She asked me, what one are you in? Business billing. Oh dear God. How are you doing? I am not doing. Plus my supervisor, she was a witch. Didn't like her. She got fired after I left, after my short-term contract was to cover over Christmas and stuff. Because she was forcing us too much and we were all burnt out because she was literally trying to force us to get through 10 calls in half an hour, which isn't fucking possible. The amount of calls, the volume of calls was still high, but dealing with individual issues, getting 10 of them cleared, In a half an hour? Not possible. So for being unfair to her staff, all 15 of us at that point, she got booted. She literally got fired. She wasn't she stopped working for BT just a month, 2 months after I left, essentially. So I finished in the March, and she got fired in the May. I don't know what happened to her. I pity any workers that actually had to work under her if she got a new job.
Interesting about the issues he faced as a child and the problems he points to, like council housing, poor benefits, a cruel and humiliating welfare system, troubled schools, and just general struggle, is that they're the same problems we face now. It actually reminded me of yet another book, which I have prepared. This one, written in the 70s by a possibly British, but I suspect married to a Czechoslovak, but I'm not 100% sure, author Jean Repeldova, called British Life in Institutions, which I'm 90% sure is a book written for Czech spies. Regardless, the interesting thing about this book is all of the problems that Britain has, they're the same as they are now. And it's interesting to see that corroborated through Wes Streeting's book, which largely covers the 80s and 90s with his childhood. Anyway, I just wanted to show off this cool old book that my ex bought me from a used bookshop in Prague. It's really good. I don't know if you can find this anywhere, but if you can, I recommend it. It's quite interesting. My point is, it's kind of weird to have experienced these long-term problems and come out of it more proud of your escape while posing as someone who wants to make life easier for people from your background. I think it inevitably leads to policy focused on what broadly call social mobility, which intends to make escape easier rather than,
It used to be called upward mobility when she was in charge. Yeah. Oh no, the target was to do 10 calls an hour, which is feasible back then when I was working there. But 10 calls in half an hour? Or 20 calls an hour? No. 20 resolutions as they got called. Most of the time, like 80% of them, so 8 out of the 10 in that half an hour, if we managed to get through it, all got sent to collections, essentially. The ones I was actually dealing with was mostly business owners who had lost use of their PDQ, which is vital for the business. Don't get me wrong, a PDQ is a bit of a lifesaver for some businesses. They get it, but if you don't pay your rental and a lot of these business people that I was talking to forget that you're renting the PDQ from BT, and you're paying for a phone bill for the PDQ. It's literally a phone call they're doing to make those transactions with a card. And a lot of them forget that they pay for the rental, which at that point was $13.92 a week for businesses. But they're forgetting their phone call charges as well to use the PDQ every time they do a transaction. So they keep on forgetting that, and they forget, and we kick in, they call business billing after about 3 months and say, why have you got off our PDQ? You've not paid your phone bill. Yes, I have. I've paid the rental. You get charged every time you use the PDQ to do a transaction. That is a phone call you're using. And a lot of them, like 70% of them, forgot that that's still a phone, essentially. It might be a smarter phone, a more advanced phone than just a normal landline, but that's still a phone call. And you get charged for those per the minute, whatever the standard rate was back then at 99. And a lot of them forgot that. Having to explain that you pay your rental, you are renting that PDQ from BT. You are paying for that piece of equipment plus the line rental. Then you've got the phone calls on charge of it to use the PDQ. And it changed to EPOS. It was easier for them, obviously. But back then, a lot of smaller businesses were still using the PDQ essentially. and they forgot about the phone charge, the phone call charge to use the PDQ. I can't help them. Said I can set up a payment plan for you so you can pay it down and get your PDQ set back up and operating again. But please remember, pay that charge as well, because you're using a phone call every time you use it. Depends how busy their business is, of course. Don't get me wrong, there's businesses that manage to do that, and the only reason they called up was to see if they can renegotiate the charge, the line rental, and I could do that for them. But all the ones who had actually forgotten to pay their phone charges, most of them still kept on paying the rental but forgot about the phone charge. And I sent them to collections or debt management, and we can set up a payment plan to pay down however much they accrued.
Making the conditions better. Like, for all of his faults, there are good observations in here. Like one about how sometimes in order to get a good job, you need to already have money. So just give people more money, Wes. It's not fucking rocket science, is it, mate? That's what really stands out about his childhood and the way he remembers it, which covers up to chapter 13 of the book, an overwhelming majority. He regularly laments the conditions he grew up in, how ashamed he was made to feel, how hard he had to work.
Fuck off, we shouldn't feel ashamed. Some of these things are out of our control. I'm not ashamed I was poor. I'm not ashamed that I am still poor. I do my best. I've organised my life in a way that is comfortable for me, and I do quite well, especially with Super Hubby's help. Don't feel ashamed of being poor. What the fuck, Wes? You're shaming a great swath of UK citizens saying that shit. We shouldn't be ashamed of things that are out of our control. Literally, I've said this for fucking decades now. There's things that I can't control in my life. I know this. I'm at the whims of the fucking government, essentially. Do not feel ashamed of being poor, people. Honestly, some things are out of our control. We do our best. We try to elevate ourselves and try to disregard all your snide little comments, you little gremlin.
To escape it, but there's no real reflection on it. It always goes something like, here's a bad condition I had to deal with growing up, and here's how I, the protagonist of reality, overcame it, and then that's it. No real lessons drawn. There's always credit to exceptional individuals around him. Every 6 or 7 pages or so, you get something like this. For example, he was fortunate enough to have good teachers who supported him throughout his childhood. But does that perhaps lead to the epiphany that we should create the conditions?
Everyone in chat, did you have good teachers? Yeah, what the fuck does he mean by it? I've been trying to break down that sentence ever since sorry, I'm kind of sad. I was the first one to watch this and comment on it before any of the other channel members watched it. I think I'm sad like that. I'm happy, mostly, for where my life is right now. I am. In some ways, I'm lucky. Super happy. Brilliant family. My mum and both my sisters and my niece are brilliant. They give me so much support and encouragement for doing this. My mum still doesn't understand it. My niece is trying to explain to her, which is quite fun. She's actually had me on the phone. Right, Katie, I'm going to try to explain to your mother. Carry on, this will be a laugh. So she's trying to explain. Darling, non-binary. They have tried to explain to my mum what I actually do here. And she gets paid for this? And yeah, give me that phone. Do you need to pay tax? Are you mad? No, I've told HMRC. And if I go above £1,000 a month, £1,000 a month. Don't make me laugh. I'm not Hassan. Then I start paying tax. Because I'm classed as an independent contract, well, freelancer, let's put it that way. Because I am literally selling myself, selling commentary, kind of, mostly. Once I hit that level, HMRC will tell me, my bank will tell me, you need to tell HMRC now that you've went above blah level and you pay tax on blah amount above this. But the most I've ever got, I've got 4 payments now from Twitch. The most I've ever got was £77, which was about $110 because Twitch is American. It's about 77 something, 76 something. I got about 77 pounds, and that's the most I've earned so far. And the other 3 payments have been roughly 50-ish, and I'm happy with that. That's a nice, it's a nice little boost to my finances, which I'm using to upgrade this thing. Plus, my lovely sweetie's girlfriend came down with a graphics card and installed it for me into the laptop so I can play better games. She has given me a list of recommendations. It is pinned to the side of my bedside cabinet. And when I want to, I'll just buy them. She said to me, if you want to get them, I'll buy them for you. I'll send you the money. Thank you, darling. Very kind. So I'm trying to formulate what game I would want to play. Give me suggestions on what game you'd like to see me fail miserably at. I'm already doing SCP Secret Labs with Raptor. Christ, I'm useless.
For everyone to have such good teachers, only in a kind of glancing way. I will also say that the vibe I got, and maybe this isn't fair, is that Wes Streeting is the kind of classic, I got bullied as a kid and now I'm taking it out on everyone else.
I know what one you're talking about, Jim. Ray from Overly Sarcastics recommended it as well for us. So I'll get around to that one as well. I need to put it on a wish list from Steam actually. Or do I need to go on the Itch? I think it might be on Itch. Oh, come on. Are you mad? Of course I'm going to sing along. My primary 1 teacher, she wasn't that great. She used to take a ruler to me because I used to write with my left hand. But no, work of the devil. So she basically punished me. She used to take a ruler to me or put me behind the piano in my classroom until I started writing with my right. And that's why my writing sucks. Thank God for typewriters and laptops and computers, let's put it that way. Yes, yikes. They've done the same to my mum. She's 71, so she got the strap, she got the belt for using her left hand. She's still left-handed, still writes with her left hand, so it didn't work for her. And when I told mum at the end of the primary 1, she went apocalyptic. She marched me up. I was in walking distance of my primary school. She took me up. We went straight to the principal's office, saying, "Bring that teacher down here. She's been punishing my daughter for being left-handed." My mum and the principal knew each other, which was fun. So they brought down my primary 1 teacher. I said, "Why have you been doing this? You can't write with a left hand. This is wrong. You have to write with your right. That's why it's called right." Excuse me? I was standing next to the door of the principal's office, literally shaking as a 5-year-old. That wasn't nice. But after that day, I didn't write with my left hand anymore. I wrote with my right. Seriously, seeing my mum going to defend me, she still tried to encourage me to write with my left hand, and I did up until I was 10 years old. And I thought, so that I've been doing it with my right for the last 5 years, so I just started writing with my right hand.
Character, though I will say that I think anyone who went to a British school of any kind would pretty much come off like that if they wrote a book where 81% of the chapters cover their childhood. So take that with a pinch of salt, but the boot does kind of fit if you ask me. Wes went to Cambridge Uni, which for someone from his background is a big deal, to grossly understate it. One of the things that's apparent throughout the chapter on his time at university, and a little bit before he goes there, since the process of getting in involves interviews and all of this stuff as well, right? It's just how these institutions capture you. Like, there's a part where Wes, despite being from a different background, despite having to work at McDonald's, incidentally, so just, you know, if you're keeping track of how often he's taking the clown shilling, there you go, to supplement his student loan in order to live at uni, is kind of sucked into the elite institution and captured by it, partially because these kinds of institutions overwhelm you, but also because he had the great realization that people were nice to him. Wow. Now, I don't want to be too critical here, because there's a pattern of thought we all fall into, which is that we like to believe that we're uniquely immune to being captured in this way, or immune to propaganda or whatever. And it's a comforting thought to believe that we're all simply built different. But there is an important lesson for us generally. This is how these institutions work. It's part of how they sustain themselves when they're so obviously relics of the past. Like, you don't get people defending drinking out of skulls without being captured by a culture. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that Wes Streeting defended this specific incident. It is just an illustrative example. It's also at university where he becomes a student politician, a role he embodies to this day, a vicious, low-stakes style of politics that's rooted more in posturing to earn rhetorical victories in the moment than actually be coherent and achieve much of anything. At least that's the stereotype. I think it applies more to Wes than the people he tries to apply this to in the book. No surprises for guessing. It's the left. He immediately became so anti-left that he rejoined Labour, a party he explained that he'd left earlier. In fact, he goes to great lengths to explain how anti-Blair he was. He loves talking about that, which is going to be relevant shortly.
That's bollocks. Now, he's pretty much a Blairite. Saying that he was anti-Blair, I don't believe him. Especially now with the power that he has, he's definitely acting like a Blairite. Well, at least in my opinion. I can see him being absolutely fucking horrible in the future. Dear God, save him from him being Prime Minister. Seriously, just fucking end me if that happens. Christ, who would be worse, Manfrog or Wes as Prime Minister? Fuck. There's a question for you. None of them, please. Thank you.
There is one absolutely amazing quote about Labour students that he drops that I want to highlight, which is, contrary to being terrible careerists, they struck me as people who really believed in working for change and proud to wear their politics on their sleeves, which, if you've ever met anyone who was in Labour students, is an incredible statement, especially from the king of careerists biography. I have to hand it to Wes. It really actually made me laugh, though I suspect it wasn't intended to be comedic.
Maybe he's lying, maybe he's not. Phillipson's on the way out by the looks of it, so no. Possibly Nandy as well, that would be fun. Kev will be laughing at that one. What other wanks have we got? Not Rachel, I don't think Morgan McSweeney will want her as leader. Oh, fucking enemy, Pat McFadden? Or would he just happy stay being puppet master, essentially, or junior puppet master to Morgan McSweeney? By the way, Pat McFadden was born and brought up in Glasgow. He isn't Glaswegian, trust me on that. He isn't. God, Pat McFadden or Wes Streeting, fucking hell. We're all cooked if those two ever become Prime Minister. Seriously, we're fucked. would be turbo fucked if Manfred become Prime Minister. And the way the polling's looking, fuck, at least we've got 4 years for them to actually get decimated, and other elections are going to be happening next year. I didn't see Birmingham? Manchester and Liverpool, hopefully not. I'm hoping for a big green swing, hopefully, fingers crossed. And with people like the Jack Mellor doing organising and stuff and being able to be mobile and get to other areas, that'll be good. Plus we've got me, and we've got non-binary at the other end of the M8. But they're disabled like myself. We will do our best. We will, don't worry. I'm going to go out canvassing next year. That will be fun. Plus, there's going to be a policy meeting that I can join in on next week. Gonna be good. Gonna be good.
It's at this point we see Wes engage with the NUS, which is the National Union of Students, which he describes as a great opportunity, which, given how his career has panned out, it's somewhat hard to argue with that description. It's just maybe a bit funny to follow up a bit about people not being careerists with those exact words. I'm not kidding, by the way, it's literally the next sentence after the careerist quote. This is one of the things that informs this general impression I get, especially in chapter 14, which is that Wes Streeting loved nothing more than the platform after he became NUS president. He talks about how he found himself on the BBC, Sky News, writing in The Guardian, and while he does talk in limited detail about some of the things he got up to, it's interesting what he omits from his time at the NUS. I'll give you two examples. Firstly, he omits that he was part of the NUS at the time he was the vice president for education, when the NUS dropped its support for free education, which informed his later position where he supported a kind of progressive graduate tax in order to fund higher education, which is...
Boo. As you may have heard me in other chats for a while now, I'd want to get STEM funded more. Obviously, being a scientist. But just, please, get rid of student fees. Seriously, they suck. Education should be free. The state should be paying for that. Having a well-educated populace is good, so we can actually do shit. Fund the country. That'd be awesome. Rachel, can we do this? Can we fund the country? We're screaming out for funding. We need shit done. More council houses. More renewables. Don't listen to Manfrog or Rupert Lowe. They are both scumbags. They're both idiots. Or capitalists, essentially. Not wanting to lose control of all their little fiefdoms, essentially. Fund the country, if you please. And if you don't, we'll just start getting louder. Join the union, people.
Not a good policy. Just make it fucking free. It's not hard. It's just interesting that he routinely complained in the book about fees and how hard it was to live on the student loan. You know, that's why he took the clown shilling, but was part of the organization when it moved towards embracing those exact policies.
Another reason why Scotland is based, no student fees. I only had to pay for my books, some of which were kind of expensive, but I got a grant for those. Got a grant. Plus I got extra grants because I was disabled. I got a free laptop. This was 20 years ago, by the way. I got a free laptop and free cloud storage. Free access to Wi-Fi without the city centre, connected to the university. Based, loved it. No student fees up here. For Scottish people. People who lived in Scotland, who paid tax in Scotland, blah, blah, blah. Who had a Scottish address. Not necessarily Scottish, but everyone who lived in Scotland who'd been here for 3 years at that point when I was studying. They could go to university, they could study what they want. With a grade, they could get in, study whatever they fucking liked. And I did science, biology, then virology and parasitology.
It's also interesting that he omits the time when he was president of the NUS that he voted to censure the NUS's Black Students Officer for not wanting to platform the BNP.
Yes,
For context, this was in 2010, around the time the BNP would have had its most successful general election performance, and after its unfortunately successful European election performance. Now, there are some details to the story where some specifics that the person who was censured got wrong, but it is interesting that Wes Streeting thought it was more important to performatively punish a black woman than support opposition to platforming fascists. There are three things I want to highlight about Wes's employment or volunteering that I think do tell us something interesting or will be relevant as we go on. Obviously, I've had a lot of fun about him working for McDonald's, but that's just a job some people have. One you would think would inform a gentler attitude towards workers' rights and organising than Wes Streeting has demonstrated in his time on the front bench, but what can you do? The really important stuff comes around this time he's NUS president. Firstly, he volunteered on David Miliband's leadership campaign, beginning the habit of a lifetime of aligning with the right of the Labour Party. There's something he's doing here in bringing that association up. David Miliband has been the prince across the water since he lost to his brother in the 2010 Labour leadership election. It's not uncommon among both Labour right types and an awful lot of liberals to say that the wrong Miliband won. And this, to me, reads as him signalling that he was on the right side.
Who remembers the Edstone? Like I keep on saying, where the fuck is the Edstone now? Unless it's been destroyed. Sorry, Ed. I remember all the headlines saying he was redhead. Ooh, scary socialist. No, salt them at the most. Slightly left of centre, let's put him that way. Still a capitalist. Still believing the neoliberal doctrine, essentially. But a little bit more caring, let's put it that way. Redhead, my arse.
Side of that divide. I won't be getting too deep into David Miliband here, and this narrative around him, just because that could be a video of its own, and not one I really want to make, to be honest. The other important employment he mentioned is he joined a group called Progress, which he describes in the book as a Labour supporting think tank and magazine, which is technically true. But it does hide some things from a casual reader, which is that Progress was the Blairite think tank. It was, to the extent that there was anything intellectual about Blairism, one of its intellectual engines. This tells us which particular side of the Labour right he was always aligned with. And yes, they have different factions, and the direction of this particular type of Labour person has taken is the same as Wes Streeting's journey, if you like. Namely, that Progress was by and large an economically centre-right faction, but one that was relaxed about civil rights. It wasn't progressive or radical, but by and large, if you were on the right of the party and you didn't want to make being gay illegal, Progress was where you'd end up. This is in contrast to what's called the old Labour right, who are much more rooted in a kind of socially conservative tradition that emerges from a lot of the trade unions. Basically, Progress was the sort of slick, urban, professional outfit. I don't know why I'm pointing at myself like I fucking embody any of that, but whatever. One for the ambitious types like Wes Streeting to use as an incubator for their careers and make connections, something he emphasises as soon as he's away from his childhood. The final employment that he brings up is his time at Stonewall, which is the UK's largest pro-LGBTQ+ charity. Often whenever Wes Streeting is doing his usual support for transphobia, articles will always mention that he was employed by them, and he is keen to associate himself with the legacy of Stonewall. He specifically celebrates their campaigning against Section 28, which were Thatcher-era restrictions.
Fuck off, Wes. You're not welcome at Pride. Seriously, no. Fuck off. Can't be doing with you. Oh, by the way, if you still don't already know, bisexual, by the way. Might be married to a white man, but still bisexual.
Restrictions on local authorities and therefore schools about the promotion of homosexuality, which is interesting for him to celebrate when he's on the front line of delivering the first anti-LGBTQ+ legal frameworks since then. He also regularly attacked his former employer. Now, I'm not going to get too...
Okay. Wes Streeting has admitted that he should have spoken up sooner at Stonewall and the National Union of Students to defend women who voiced concerns about trans issues. Women should not have been written off as bigots because they wanted to protect women-only spaces, he conceded. Wes, we do not want you at Pride. We despise you for your stance and the measures you've implemented, being the Health and Social Care Secretary. You are scum. I don't want you to be Health and Social Care Minister anymore. I really don't. Fuck off.
He also regularly attacked his former employer. Now, I'm not going to get too deep on Stonewall and its position in the community at large, but I will say that there is a bit of a trend in the UK to NGOify fighting for civil rights, and it cannot be surprising in that context that a charlatan like Streeting, with his Cambridge education and his NUS presidency, found his way
in. BT Dubs. His degree is in history. At least it isn't PPE, I guess.
Finally, he does get into elected politics because he was a councillor before he was an MP. He was on Redbridge Council, a council and a local Labour Party that has been controversial, let's say. The important thing here is that he rose through the ranks quite quickly and became Jas Atwell, the council leader at the time's deputy. Jas Atwell is also the MP who is in essence a slumlord who ran a failing children's home, which was given money by the council he was leader of. Which, you know, seems fine, actually. This relationship seems to have been instrumental in his rise to become an MP. After all, it's hard to be noticed, so I imagine the assistance of the slumlord was helpful. As a fun little ending, he does also name-check Mike Gapes, whose name, it's important to note, is a complete sentence, but also does come up later, weirdly. He name-checks him as a friend, and, well, long-time viewers will know we love Mike Gapes around here. We just fucking love that guy.
I'm Mike Gapes, the Member of Parliament for...
To summarise this book and Wes before he was an MP, this book is not good. I can't recommend it. While on paper his background and his trajectory is compelling, a lot of it isn't really about him, but about people around him, which, given he was 39 when he published it, cannot be a big surprise. There are some interesting tidbits in there, but only if you're already familiar with him, which speaks to who this is really for. It's a tough read. Not really because of the quality of the writing in and of itself, but because Wes has so little to say to someone who isn't already on his side. There's no attempt to connect the dots. It's like if BoJack Horseman wrote his own book instead of getting a ghostwriter. Which, by the way, Wes Streeting insisted on writing this himself. He insisted on writing the worst biography in history, and I'm not exaggerating, it's that bad. Which leads to the emergence of two Wes Streetings from this book, and from his life before he was an MP. There's the Wes Streeting he wants to present to his colleagues in the press and in politics, that of a man who's had to pull themselves out of the gutter, with help, but who understands this to be a function of their own hard work and latent talents being brought out, as opposed to what it really is, which is a function of good luck. There are plenty of people from disadvantaged backgrounds, hell, even more advantaged backgrounds, who didn't have the opportunities he did, and there are even more now. He is presenting himself as the successful product of the welfare state, but decries its cruelty. He talks about how his mum was treated by hospital staff, but doesn't sit with his own future role in reproducing those attitudes. I think if there's one thing that could have made the book good, it would be him actually using this to reflect rather than aggrandize himself, both by borrowing the valor of his working class relatives and by touting his escape as down to his brilliance. Then there's the Wes Streeting that actually emerges from this book. One that is vain, that views the hardships he dealt with as tests of his character, and having passed them, understands this as making him not just lucky, but worthy. It paints the picture of a man so thoroughly captured by the elite institutions he fought to get into, that there's a refusal to engage with what he sometimes states plainly. This is a person who fundamentally feels like he's in it for himself, and who feels like his mission is to acquire political power for the sake of having it. He claims it's to help people like himself, and frames this as people who grew up in the conditions I did. But he means it more literally. He wants to help
people. Wes, I grew up in the same conditions as you did. Have I managed to claw my way out? No, I haven't, because of this neoliberal hellhole we're living in. I have done well for myself. I feel proud. I've carved my own little niche, essentially, my own little safety bubble. In effect, really. But him, coming from similar background as me, still younger than me, still struggling when he was growing up, and disregarding that, implementing policies that immiserate people who lived in the same who are living in the same background that he did before he got into power, before he became a politician. Where's your scum? We're trying to do our best with this lot that we've been given. And you are concerted in immiserating the rest of us who grew up in the same conditions as you did. As far as I'm concerned, you are horrible. You are disgusting.
People like his present self. He's not lying as such. He's just so thoroughly bought into his own hype, he can't see past it. With his pre-parliamentary life out of the way, we can get into the good stuff. It's important to understand how different the Parliamentary Labour Party Wes entered was compared to other ones elected in the post-war era. For one, it lacked a significant Scottish contingent. Labour in 2015 was reeling from a defeat that appeared much more severe because of the loss of all but one of its Scottish seats, Edinburgh South, held by Ian Murray, a man who...
Would you look at that mug? I don't like this man. I really don't. He is Scottish Secretary. I despise him. I don't want him as Scottish Secretary. I really don't. I've hated him for many years now as a politician. I don't know him as a man, obviously. I only know him as a politician. And from what I can tell, he's an absolute wank. Obviously, you can't make your country entirely perfect. That's not possible. Let's put it that way. We can do better than him. Trust me or not. We can. There's one sitting right here. Mind you, I would never go down to Westminster. Holy fuck. I'm fragile enough as it is. And I'm full of rage.
Who looks like a boiled egg that's had pubes glued on it. Yeah, that guy's probably never going to lose his seat ever, and keep an eye on it in case Wes does become Prime Minister.
Trust me, me and non-binary are working to get rid of the fucking bastard. We are. We despise him. We don't want him as our Scottish Secretary. We really don't. Fuck, I take my own MP over him. Feel free to check out my own MP, Maureen Burke, Glasgow North East. If you can fucking find her. Still no questions. Still no question at PMQs. Don't know what the fuck she's doing for me.
Just saying. Not only was the PLP he entered distinctly more dominated by England, but it was also smaller and much less powerful. Had Wes Streeting been elected at almost any previous election, the PLP would have had the strong Scottish contingent and would have had disproportionate influence over who became the leader of the party. For example, had he been elected in 2010, as well as being able to control who was nominated alongside his colleagues, his vote in the leadership contest would have been equal to about 475 regular members of the party, giving him a lot more power than some might think he should have. Instead, he was elected in 2015 when MPs only really had the power to filter who was on the ballot and didn't have this disproportionate voting power as the party had moved to one member, one vote, which means that the wishes of the parliamentary party could more easily be circumvented. There's a whole bunch of arguments about whether this was good or bad, and these all happened at the time, but we'll gloss over that and say, yes, the wishes of the PLP were circumvented, and a leader they didn't agree with was imposed on them by the membership. For someone who I think clearly fancied themselves a rising star like Streeting did, I don't think that went down well, not least because Parliament operates on a patronage system. If you don't align or at least accommodate the views of the leader, your career would go nowhere, at least in Parliament. And poor Wes found himself having nominated and supported Liz Kendall, who you might know as the woman leading the charge against disabled people, but back then was most famous for getting 4.5% in the 2015 leadership election, a vote share so embarrassing that it really should have been used as grounds to remove her as a candidate at the next election if she didn't decide to voluntarily quit from the shame. Regardless, this left Wes with no real way to progress in Parliament, especially as a newly elected MP. Being a bag carrier for a frontbencher, which is the traditional early career advancement, was closed off to him. Though he was on the Treasury Committee as soon as he got into Parliament, so all was not lost. But let's be honest, the general public do not give a shit about the committees. So what's an ambitious young guy like Wes to do? He could have focused on being a good constituency MP who got out into the community he represented and tried to coexist with the leadership that wasn't to his particular ideological liking and expressed his dissatisfaction in private, or by voting against his party's whip in a principled way. You know, the thing that the guy who won that leadership election did throughout his career. Reading that book, you do see that Wes wants to be seen as a principled freethinker who tells it how it is. Admittedly, he's trying to do that on behalf of certain groups rather than by learning from them, but it's there if you read between the lines a little bit. Instead, he decided to catapult himself into the media spotlight. A lot of the 2015 intake of Labour MPs ended up getting national press attention a lot sooner than they might otherwise have. Typically, a backbench MP doesn't find themselves in the press too often, but Wes, as I said, seems to enjoy the attention, so he found the way. From 2015 to 2020, there were a few ways the 2015 intake could get a lot of attention. First, after the PLP's attempt to oust its leader failed, a lot of inexperienced MPs were promoted to high-profile shadow cabinet positions, just due to there being a shallow bench of the willing. You could think of 2020 leadership candidates Rebecca Long-Bailey and Keir Starmer as examples of this, though with different degrees of enthusiasm. The alternative route to prominence for a lot of the 2015 intake was, and there's not really an elegant way to describe this, shit-talking their own party, and in particular the leader who they felt had been imposed on them by a membership they fundamentally resented.
Who the party voted for, and the members. Seriously, fuck the PLP. This is when the coup started, by the way. Keir Starmer and Morgan McSweeney, you are scum!
You can put MPs like Jess Phillips, Stella Creasy, and the subject of this video, Wes Streeting, in this category. Malcontents who were rewarded for their tantrums with positive press, which was usually couched in terms of, unelectability initially. And then when 2017 happened, and that turned out not to be a very strong argument, suddenly it became about major policy differences, particularly around foreign policy and nationalisation and spending, which we can translate as austerity and doing big wars, and a moral obligation to oppose the leadership on many grounds, some of which we will get into later. I do want to say that for a leader he disagreed with on so much, Wes Streeting didn't really rebel much in the Commons, and I get that an overwhelming majority of the votes and legislation presented to Parliament would have been Tory legislation, so perhaps they united over their distaste for Tory policy, but he racked up only 3 noteworthy rebellions against the Labour whip under Jeremy Corbyn, one of which is really interesting. It was the vote to remove Mike Gapes and Ian Austin from their committee places after they defected from Labour. I'd say that if you're supposed to be some great politician, big thinker, big brain, you'd find more than 3 things to disagree with the jam man about, and less than 33% of those disagreements should be about him being mean to your reactionary besties. Though I would say that does summarise a lot of the objections people like Wes had. It was about the gravy train being stopped, though a lot of the complaining Wes did happened outside of the Commons. A good example of the kind of battles people like Wes Streeting picked is, perhaps rather funnily, about McDonald's. Cast your minds back to 2016, the Labour Party had decided to refuse £30,000 from McDonald's to set up a stall at their conference. This did not go down well with Wes Streeting, who immediately ran to the press alongside another former McDonald's employee, Ian Austin, that name again showing up. It's just don't ask about Ian Austin's relationships with dogs. That's all I'm going to say. But here's the quote. I'm exasperated that we should throw away £30,000 worth of sponsorship like this. It smacks of a snobby attitude towards fast food restaurants and people who work or eat at them. McDonald's may not be the trendy falafel bar that some people in politics like to hang out at, but it's enjoyed by families across the country.
Wes, you didn't need 30 grand. I wouldn't take a sponsorship from McDonald's either. They're one of the corporate hegemon. I don't want their money. I might go to them every now and again for a McChicken. or a chicken mayo or something, or McNuggets and some fries. But other than that, you don't. The party didn't need that 30 grand. That is fucking nothing, essentially. I don't get this one. I really don't.
Fucking hell, what is it I'm doing with my life reading this shit? Now, there's a lot going on here. At the time, a union affiliated with Labour, the Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union, was trying to get recognition from McDonald's. This decision wasn't made by the leader, but by some subcommittee, which he wasn't even on, and it was made on paper out of solidarity to put pressure on McDonald's to recognise them. Instead, you get the impression that Jeremy Corbyn was some kind of snob because he prefers falafel, which, to be honest, isn't a posh person's food. Like, you can just go to a Lebanese place here and get it pretty cheap compared to McDonald's, and that he's somehow profligate in rejecting £30,000. The truth is that because he swelled the party's membership, the party could more easily show this solidarity because they more than made up for it with the membership fees he brought in. Is any of this the main focus across the press? No, instead you get a Labour MP getting favourable headlines in right-wing publications because apparently eating McDonald's is an essentially working-class trait. In a way, it's kind of the perfect thing for Wes Streeting to be getting involved in, being as he is a true student politician. Total small-time nonsense, purely about posturing and eking out a rhetorical victory, which usually detonates upon any examination. The fact that...
My God, rejoice, rejoice! A lovely Birmingham comrade, Miss Hire, has arrived. Hello, darling. Hello, hello. Great to see you. What the hell are you doing awake at this time? Welcome in, welcome in. We are doing Simmons' video today. Right, Wes Streeting, dear God, do not let this person become Prime Minister. Correct. Yes, he is. 500 fucking votes, and we could have had Leanne, 501 votes, and we could have had Leanne Mohammed. That would have been better instead of Wes. Oh.
He was rewarded with exactly what he wanted for this rather sloppy work, and it has real see me after class vibes, speaks to the wider issue, which was that you didn't even need to have a point to get this kind of coverage. You could just say any old shite and you would get it published by a journalist, which some would say is bad early career preparation for someone who wanted to be a prominent politician on the front bench. Governing and holding a government to account is about more than finding a total non-issue and getting it blown up because you have friends who are journalists or you're helping to feed the narrative they prefer. You actually have to want to do something. It doesn't have to be good, but just something other than selling out for £30,000. Though, as we'll see, he sells out for rather more than that these days, so I guess he learned something. It's impossible to talk about the ways in which politicians who were in Wes Streeting's position, on the outside looking in, got media attention without talking about the protracted controversy about anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, which Wes Streeting commented on well before it had become a sort of mainstream media narrative after the 2017 election. Gee, I wonder why they suddenly decided to look into it then. Isn't it curious how that played out? This is something that to this day still creates some passionate responses, and there has been a lot of documentary evidence and outright admissions now that there was a significant element of this that was weaponized for political purposes, and that there had been a deliberate campaign of sabotage in the processing of complaints. There's a whole leaked report about this, and an Al Jazeera documentary called The Labour Files that covers a lot of this. If you want to find out more, that stuff is out there. Now, that isn't to say that when Wes Streeting intervened on this issue, as he did many times, that he was wholly cynical. But in doing so, he aligned with cynics. Of particular note was his open support.
Fingers crossed, Miss Hire. Fingers crossed. Did you have fun at the party? You're welcome, sweetie. Oh my God, I missed you. Sorry, Vendale. Rejoice, comrades. Vendale has arrived. Hello, Vendale. It's a more reasonable time over where you are, isn't it? I want to say 10 p.m. Oh, sweet. Unfortunately, Miss Hire, it looks like he might be the next Labour leader. And at that point, I'll get really fucking activated. Watch this space, Wes. This mad Scottish Marxist is coming for you. Oh my God. Are you in the same state as Raptor? Or a neighbouring one? Christ, you're right across the states. Oh, hang on, Shanna's 7 hours behind me. You might be in Arizona. Yeah, 3 a.m. Still doing well.
For the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which has been used to curtail criticism of Israel and to conflate that criticism with anti-Semitism. Some would say that is itself a conflation that doesn't do anyone any favors. I'm just saying. It was also never really intended to be used as like a code of conduct or like a legal framework. This issue had become a long-running saga, and Wes Streeting absolutely exploited it to enhance his own reputation, a theme that becomes a recurrence on this issue. One of the earliest instances of this was his attack on Shami Chakrabarti, who authored an early report on anti-Semitism in Labour, whose recommendations were deliberately prevented from being implemented by the right-wing General Secretary of the party. His attack was that by accepting a peerage, she had undermined her report's validity, which, I mean, I don't really see how a report that was critical could lead to a reward. Have you ever heard of that sort of thing? It rather seems like the leadership valued a skilled voice, but Wes does have a bit of form with attacking women of colour on this issue. One particularly funny incident, if you want to call it that, was when he accused...
We can reach some of those purists, Miss Hire. I've managed to get through to a lot of them here in Scotland, at least in the Central Belt. And I'm quite proud of myself for doing it. They were all fed up of Labour anyway at this point. Plus, they never voted Tory to begin with. And they thought they had a safe bet with Labour. Not now. They feel betrayed. They feel immiserated, essentially. So hopefully we can capture some of them and maybe make them SNP or Green, hopefully. Watch this space. I will keep you updated. But I've managed to reach out to family members up in Perth, a few of whom are actually thinking of voting Green next year. I quite like that. I'd rather them keep the SNP MSPs. They're doing well for Perth and Holyrood. But getting more Green onto the list, the one that we use proportional representation for, quite happy about that. Getting more list Green MSPs to get them the recognition, get them promoted and stuff, so they can challenge for seats at the next Holyrood election. Not next year, but the following one, which will be 2031 or 2030. So about a year or 2 years after the next general election. Watch the space. I'm trying, trust me. I'm glad I've got a few family members who are going to be voting SNP now instead of Labour. Only my older aunties and uncles used to vote for the scum, obviously because they're boomers and homeowners and stuff. 2 of them own businesses. But I've got my uncle, thank God. He's up in Aberdeen. Well, Aberdeenshire. and I've got him doing, going hopefully SNP for his constituency and green for the list, because he's been doing lots of green renewal building for a lot of the municipal buildings up in Aberdeenshire for the council and for other businesses, local businesses, not multinationals or something, but local businesses. They want to install, make their building greener, better energy production, better building for the actual building they're in, essentially. So he's got lots of business like that. And he can see it, and he can see that business growing up there to make it more green, make it easier for people to control things in their building, in their business. Better infrastructure for themselves, which is good. I like that. So I've got my uncle. He was 60 this year. He was 60 back at the end of March.
Used Dawn Butler, at the time running for deputy leader, of including a policy to ensure the political independence of the EHRC, which, you know, seems fatally compromised now to a lot of people, but was at the time, given their politically motivated investigation of Labour, in the Race and Faith Manifesto, as intended to undermine efforts to tackle anti-Semitism. Now, on paper, this looks like a slam dunk, doesn't it? A left-aligned MP writing a left-aligned manifesto wanted to alter the political alignment of the organisation investigating the left-led party. Only if Wes Streeting actually gave a shit about either this issue or cared about the basic facts, he'd know that this was in the 2017 manifesto he was elected on before the investigations even began. So it looks like he's weaponizing the issue to slander another woman of colour. Isn't it curious? This will not be the last time I mention him having an issue with a woman of colour, by the way. Now, I did say that he found himself on the same side as cynics, and I have no real proof that he knew about the scale of the cynicism involved in manufacturing this crisis.
Come on, Sinan, he knew. That much is painfully obvious now. It was obvious to me back then, and a few years before this. I knew exactly what he was like from my own sister's description. Seriously, I don't know how she actually cooperated with that fucking girl. I want to say needs and must, but I think she actually enjoyed working with him. Oh, by the way, my middle sister was the president of the NUS Scotland when she was at uni. You can look it up if you want. Check out when Wes was at uni when he was the NUS student president. You might actually see her name if you want. I've been told not to encourage this. But she done well. She really did when she was the NUS president up here. To this day, I'm still very proud of her becoming a NUS president. And her now wife was her vice. They are both amazing individuals. I love them both.
As people like to call it. But he did have one very telling run-in with one of the people who led the charge on this issue. He told one of the campaigners, a man named Ewan Phillips, to fuck off, which I think does tell us that there were degrees to which people were committed to a partisan hackery on.
Okay, let's read this tweet out. I understand cynicism. Do you, Wes? Really? If you want to understand cynicism, come up here to Scotland. You'll be bombarded by it. But public opinion has been on a journey because of persuasion, not just demography. Our faith teaches us about repentance and redemption. Fuck off. Not all of us are religious. This is a journey. It requires proof and genuine change, but we've got to give change a chance, or what's the point? You're not doing that. Wes, you're not doing that. Am I speaking loud enough for you? You are literally not doing that. I think this qualifies as the lamest defence of Labour anti-Semitism from a so-called moderate I have ever seen, and there have been a few. I suppose well said, Ewan. But Wes, what the fuck?
The topic. One of the more interesting aspects of this is he seems to be familiar with Ewan, and I wonder just how much he knew about his operation. One interesting example is in the Al Jazeera documentary, the Labour Files, in the second episode.
Well said, Miss Hire. Correct. Thank you. Seriously, I don't want this fool to be Prime Minister. I don't. Even if they get decimated, I don't want him to be Labour leader either. Not much I can do. I don't live in... God, what one is it? Miss Hire, darling, is it Ilford North or South? I want to say Ilford North. The only D Tory that comes to mind. Fuck, I can see him. Trains. Fuck, Portillo. Fucking Michael Portillo.
It was revealed that he used a fake name to submit complaints, calling himself David Gordstein, which feels like a good point to say that neither Ewan Phillips nor Wes Streeting are Jewish, which characterizes a lot of the debate, which was that it was white British people arguing about something without really engaging with anyone who was actually materially impacted by it. This leans into something else about Wes Streeting we'll talk about a bit later in this section, which is that he just cannot stop himself from being really weird online. Like, he loves picking fights with activists and members of the public, which, back when he was an activist and member of the public, was fine. Who cares? But he's done it as an MP. Another place where he may well have been sincere and there was a spectrum of intents, but was aligned with cynics, was his support of the People's Vote campaign and his general Remainer instincts. Now, I get a lot of people felt and feel strongly about this, but it's kind of obvious now that membership of the EU was used as a wedge issue by the right of both Labour and more generally in British politics. I want to say that if you were a People's Vote person, not one of the people like at the top or involved in the organisation, but, you know, out on their admittedly very annoying marches with the dogs and the annoying signs, I don't think you were a cynic necessarily, but you might want to look into where some of the top figures associated with that and the adjacent campaigns have ended up. Or indeed where they came from and the things they've said about what their real concern was. Concerns which you might have shared, but let me ask you this. Is the diamond hard Brexit we got what you wanted? Would you do anything differently if you had the chance to do it again? Anyway, that's an aside to pick up another day. The Leave victory in the 2016 referendum and the leadership's alleged indifference and inability or unwillingness to lead Remain to victory was used as justification for a coup attempt. It won't surprise you to know that Wes Streeting backed it, and bought into the usual lines that the leadership didn't put enough effort in to ensure victory, despite Wes Streeting having retweeted and then later deleting the retweet an image showing that same leader campaigning for Remain, and the fact that he was one of the most covered pro-Remain figures during the campaign by the press, and that the actual organising wing of Labour's Remain campaign was run by Alan Johnson, a figure from the party's right, who weirdly escaped all blame.
Alan Johnson is also scum. He was the CWU president. He sold my super hubby and the rest of his colleagues in Royal Mail down the river. Stop your striking. You can get this good deal. Take it now. And vast majorities of the CWU membership believed this bastard. They didn't get what they wanted. They got immiserated even more. And he got a fucking cabinet position within 2 years of entering Parliament. The man is a bastard. He literally sold my super hobby down the river. I met him a year after that actually happened to them. And he was explaining it to, as well as my best friend. He didn't work for Royal Mail, but he was a shop steward for his job where he is still there to this day. Saying, how do you feel about sold down the river? I didn't believe the bastard. Super Happy can see through cynicism. He can see what they're actually like. Said, I don't trust the bastard. Said, I knew he would do this to us. God damn it, Super Happy should have been a shop steward. When he got nominated after that, the management panicked because Super Happy has this innate skill of being able to organise people and get them coherent, thinking of what they wanted. And they panicked and they offered him a leadership track position to become like management, like a supervisor, essentially, or management, like a section manager for Royal Mail in the Mail Centre here in Glasgow. The management literally freaked out when, I kid you not, 187 people who worked in Glasgow Mail Centre nominated Stephen. Super Happy, sorry, darling. Nominated him to become a shop steward. They literally freaked out. He refused both. He didn't trust the CWU for obvious reasons. And he said, I'm not joining the dark side. I don't want to be a manager. Fuck off. He stayed for another 3 years and he had to leave to take care of me. Thank you for dropping by, Miss Fire. My gorgeous darling, thank you. Always a pleasure to see you. May I assume I will see you in either Kev or Hell on a stream when we cover award-winning journalism? I don't know who Laura's got on. I'll check actually after my stream, then I'll post it in my Discord, Kev's and Helena's, who's going to be on Laura Kay in the morning. It'll be fun. Wonder what ghoul we're going to have to fucking deal with. You go and get some rest. Okay, I will see you later. Thank you. Stay based, as always. Bye-bye.
For the loss, while his faction was committing sabotage, apparently. Now, this failed rather famously, and Wes and his mates declared after this that their opposition would be implacable. In fact, here's the quote. I've no intention of changing, no platitudes, and no pretense that the concerns I had yesterday about the state of our party and its leadership don't still hold today or won't concern me tomorrow. Which I might not agree with.
Streeting being normal. Does he know? Like I've always said, there is no normal. Normal is a fallacy, by the way, people. There is no normal. There is regular. There is routine. There is daily life. There is hellscape. There is no normal. Trust me. My 46 years on this planet, in this country, nothing's ever been normal. Trust me. There is no normal. So whenever anyone says normalcy or normality to you, just scoff in their face. There is no normal. No, no, no.
But it is, at least in theory, a principled position. But no matter the Democratic mandate, no matter the scale of support demonstrated, you just don't agree and don't think anything worthwhile can come from this leadership.
Oh, feel free to clip me. I need more clips. I've only got a few in my library, so feel free to clip me. I encourage it, even if I say something daft.
You'll never guess what happened next. When the dust had settled on the 2017 election, I think it's reasonable to say that there was a lot of surprise. I don't remember a lot about that night because I'd had rather a lot of vodka by a certain point, as was my style at the time. For the political...
We won't hold it against you, Sinan, don't worry. Plenty of us were drinking during that election, hoping for a good outcome. Obviously the scum won, ain't me, but trust me, lots of us were drinking watching it. I was drinking watching it. I wasn't streaming at that point, obviously. I was sitting watching it on the telly in my living room, obviously down the road, not up here. And I kept on swearing. Super Herbie gave up at about the back of one. I carried on because I used to record all the election results. I've still got lots of them. They're in a box up in my mum's flat, in my mum's attic up in Perth in her house. If anyone wants any of the election results over the last 10 years, I've got them all. General elections and 2 Holyrood. My God, I really am sad. I keep them all. The only one I didn't record was the one last year. I didn't see the fucking point. I'm going to be recording all the results for the next one, 2029. We really, really need to get people organised before that. He'll mind us if we get Manfrock as Prime Minister. Fuck.
Political class, the shock was severe, especially among those implacable opponents of Jeremy Corbyn, like Wes Streeting. For someone who struck such a determined note less than a year before the election, he suddenly had a much more conciliatory attitude and tone. Suddenly there were calls to unite. Corbyn had earned the right to lead the party, as if the Democratic mandate from the members wasn't the only thing that gave him that right. Streeting even made an appearance on Novara Media. I was sure I hallucinated that, but no, this footage is real, and it's really interesting that this happened at all. It's kind of sad that it happened around, like, EU Brexit-y stuff, but it's still interesting. Now, I have no evidence to make a connection between Streeting's change of heart and the now well-documented plot orchestrated by Morgan McSweeney, a veteran of Liz Kendall's 4.5% campaign in 2015 and now Starmer's chief of staff, to pose as smilingly compliant with Corbynism while actively destroying it. Given that he is widely considered McSweeney's preferred candidate to succeed Starmer, and that some have made the connection between the briefings against women members of the cabinet and a concerted effort to position Streeting as the heir apparent, I find it hard to believe he knew nothing, especially when journalists were invited to a presentation in...
He has actually tried to say this, that he knows nothing. I don't believe him. I really don't. Like I don't believe Keir Starmer. When he says that he knows nothing. No, Wes, I don't believe you. I really don't. Seem like he knew nothing about this? Utter bollocks. Of course he fucking knew. He knew parts of it, at least. Maybe not all of it, but most of it. So let's put it that way. Of course he fucking knew. He's a disingenuous little prick.
Like 2018 explaining this exact plan. If it was just a coincidence that he followed the exact lines as needed for this task, which is possible, I can see why McSweeney would want streeting. If not, then it's just another example of him being a perfect student politician who doesn't really care about anything. Beyond that, though, I do wonder if someone who has the interpersonal issues, let's call it that Streeting has, should be considered a potential Prime Minister, and what that says about what his time in Parliament has revealed about him. Something that has become a bigger and bigger part of the political discourse over the past 10 to 15 years has been social media, both how MPs are received on it and how they react to criticism. The general answer is they've not coped well with it, and to be honest, that's a rare instance where the political class has aligned with us. I don't think anyone is doing great with social media. It's just that me having the odd bad day where I get a bit short-tempered with someone is a bit different from an elected representative. As a member of the public, I have much less responsibility. No one elected me to anything. And I'm not anybody's representative. I'm just me. So if I tell you to fuck off, it doesn't really have any real weight other than what you give it. But when a member of parliament is highlighting people who want to deselect him and saving their deleted tweets...
Okay, we don't know who said this. Wes Streeting is a joke. Members in his constituency need to start to organise to deselect him today. He's a Tory. Hashtag BBC Daily Politics. Well done, constituency forum. Well done, that constituency. Yeah, deselect him, please. The man is an absolute fucking stain. Just get rid of him. And you do have that power. You can deselect him. If he's not representing you in your best interests, you can do this. It has happened before. Ian Paisley Jr., for instance. He won that vote, but he still stood down. Good. Fuck off. Your dad was an absolute monster. And also to Wes, fuck off. You're a monster. Please, over north or south, I can't remember. Deselect him, please, if you wish.
It's a little harassment-y for my taste. For all the anytime a left-winger quotes me, it's a vicious pile-on stuff that centrists love to do, Wes does love a scrap online, and I think this predates his time in Parliament, as his spat with Clive Lewis showed, but he carried it into office and into his frontbench career, which you can see from this incident where he responded to someone criticising him for his transphobic policies as health secretary by insisting this member of the public get a grip, which I think is such a good summary of how the political class in this country don't think their job is to represent us or to respond to public pressure, but to hold us accountable for our excesses. This tendency towards inappropriate and aggressive conduct also extended towards his colleagues. It was reported in something that he challenged but was later found to have no factual inaccuracies, that he shouted in the face of Diane Abbott, an MP who at the time received around 50% of all abuse being sent to MPs, having clashed...
Okay, let's read this. Mr. Streeting wasn't finished. In a parliamentary corridor, Streeting is alleged to have literally shouted at Diane Abbott's face, standing toe to toe with her and screaming, "Not my party," in front of a number of onlookers. Witnesses described Streeting's behaviour so intimidating that he had physically steered away from the Labour frontbencher. Delightful. Wes, fuck off.
With her in Parliament before an incident where he apparently screamed "not my party" in her face and had to be, escorted away. We will note that he seems to be using the issue of anti-Semitism to attack a woman of colour here. If it weren't so grim, I'd say its recurrence merits a drinking game. This abusive attitude towards colleagues was not punished, at least not by anyone that matters, since he, as I said, carried it into his frontbench career, which resulted in him having to apologise for calling another member of Parliament senile, which, you're the Shadow Health Secretary. People who suffer from these issues are going to be dependent on you doing your job well. Isn't this cool? Isn't all of this so cool? Still, he apologised, so I guess we can't hold it against him. Funny.
I will be back momentarily, comrades. Stay based.
How that only applies to some people, I suppose. This seems like a good time to move on to his frontbench career, where he's taken these lessons he's learned and applied them for evil. Just lots of fucking evil shit that everyone hates. With the 2019 election, there was a leadership election, and contrary to our worst fears, Wes Streeting didn't run. He did support Jess Phillips for leader, which continues his fantastic record of always supporting the most obnoxious option at every internal election. Jess Phillips didn't win, spoiler alert, but Keir Starmer did, and he finally took this underused talent off the bench and threw him into some junior shadow ministries. Now I'm gonna be brutally fucking honest with you all. No one gives a shit about what Wes Streeting did as Shadow Minister for Schools, or the 6 months he spent as Shadow Secretary of State for Child Poverty, though presumably he was in favour of child poverty when he held the post, and after, to be honest. What people really care about is his front bench career as the shadow and later the actual health secretary. As shadow health secretary and in government, the overwhelming attitude Wes Streeting has displayed is that the NHS is unduly treated like a sacred cow and that it should instead be sacrificed, presumably so that the mysterious healthcare deities that have forsaken us might return us to their favour.
Like I keep on saying, the NHS is the hill I will die on. Fuck off, Wes. I'm not going to allow you to sell it off. I will start a mass movement on this, by the way. Thank you. You're not getting rid of our NHS. Many governments have tried this in different sneaky little ways. We all know your tricks now. We know all what happens, how you go through this, how you try to get it through the Parliament. We're not going to stand for it, right? Just to let you know, okay? Be warned.
He does seem to harbour a dislike towards the NHS, attacking it as an institution, wishing to withhold necessary funding until reforms are made. At least that's what the Prime Minister said, and because Wes Streeting hasn't resigned about it, I think we can associate him with those comments. Now, for those of us who have been around the block a few times, we know what reform usually means. It's more private involvement, usually alongside a reorganisation of the NHS's staffing and organisational structure. It doesn't really change anything, and it means cuts, which no one wants for the NHS other than people who oppose universal healthcare. This is made more problematic by the fact that I'm unclear if Wes Streeting understands the point of universal healthcare, or how any healthcare actually works. He makes various odd and unhelpful interventions, such as his comment that GPs should prioritise the elderly over the young, as if like GPs couldn't possibly understand how to prioritise patients or anything like that. I'm not saying GPs are perfect, but my guess is they have that under control. He has no experience working in healthcare. Now, that isn't a barrier to heading the department because you can go and listen to people. I just don't think that's his strength, especially because of his attitudes towards the workers in the NHS who would, by and large, know the ins and outs of how fucked it is. This attitude is best characterized as oppositional. He seems to think that doctors and nurses, their unions and their interests are his enemies. They're things to be defeated. He regularly, both in opposition and in government, has attacked the unions that represent doctors and nurses.
Let's read this out so everyone can see clearly. Labour Shadow Health Secretary has hit out at the hostile British Medical Association, that is the leading association for doctors in the UK, by the way, as he promised to take on vested interests to reform the NHS. I cannot understate this enough. Fuck off. Do not fuck with our NHS, Wes. Seriously, don't you fucking dare. Wes Streeting targeted the BMA trade union, which represents doctors and medical students, as he urges party colleagues to see the NHS as a service, not a shrine. I repeat, fuck off, Wes. This is one of the best things that ever happened in the UK, having our NHS. If you try to destroy it further, we will be coming for you. Trust me on this. Like I've just said, this is the hill I will fucking die on. Leave the NHS alone and just fucking fund it. Don't keep on going after student doctors or nurses or physiotherapists or radiographers or haematologists. Fund it. Do not fucking destroy it and bring in your private healthcare partners who are funding you. I despise you for this. Leave our NHS fucking alone and fund it properly. Rant over.
Opposed strike action. He's even misrepresented why the BMA, the union that represents doctors, opposes certain reforms he and the Tories have proposed, which is funny because that's what a certain YouTuber I did a video about did as well. Weird. He has regularly claimed that doctors' strikes aren't in the interests of patients, which has what I'd call face validity until you realize that it's perhaps not in patients' best interests to be treated by underpaid, overworked staff. My job is not that stressful, and the chance that someone would die if I made a mistake is minimal, though they did bring it up during some of my training. Medical professionals have a lot more responsibility than I ever will. For the quality of life or even the ongoing life of others. If you keep making their conditions and pay worse, then they'll leave. We've seen this with Australia targeting our doctors for employment, and well, would you rather be paid well and live in Australia or suffer wage suppression and live in the UK? Anyway, this video has been brought to you by the Australian healthcare system. No, this video is not sponsored by anyone because no one in their right mind would sponsor any video I do. Go to Patreon, patreon.com/skthecrusader, please. He's regularly engaged in unhelpful hyperbole, claiming recently that a junior doctor strike would put the NHS in jeopardy, when it's a decade and a half of austerity and decades of creeping privatization that's been doing that just fine. The NHS has survived many strikes, and I suspect it will survive many more. It sounds, as Wes Streeting put it when he accused Rishi Sunak of being happy with the strikes, like he's looking for excuses for his own failures. He even steals the language of trade unionism, claiming to want to be a shop steward for patients, which is a pretty grotesque thing when you...
At least I've got my sister organised properly. By the way, my youngest sister is a community nurse up in Perth. She is cool. She's busy. She has 2 teenage sons, and a household to run, and a dog. She has a very busy life, let's put it that way. But I've managed to get her. I'm going to be sending her up a little leaflet, a little pamphlet for her to help organise the rest of her community nurses, the rest of her colleagues, essentially. Like I say, we're lucky. We've got NHS Scotland, which is kind of better. Don't get me wrong, not perfect, but better than what's happening in England. Slightly better than what's happening in Wales. Wales is kind of good as well. Scotland's better. England isn't. Sorry, my English comrades, I feel for you, I really do. Having to wait a couple of weeks for your GP appointments? Nonsense. Utter nonsense. So no, I'm not happy with Wes Streeting being the health secretary. Really not.
You consider that the underlying justification for withholding pay rises for staff is to put that money elsewhere within the NHS. The thing is, you can put as much money as you want into something. If the staff either don't exist or are too exhausted to use the resources provided to them, then it means jack shit. The NHS absolutely has problems. I'm not trying to detract from that, whether it's the relatively poor outcomes on cancer treatments, or the seasonal crises it suffers every winter, or the fact that accessing care is sometimes really fucking hard, especially if you're from a marginalized community. The thing is, the first step to solving a lot of, not all, but a lot of these problems is to just pay doctors what they're worth. To stop encouraging them to move into the private sector, where we pay them for the same thing, but with an outrageous markup. No shade on those doctors. Get your bag. If you can get that money, go nuts. But you shouldn't be put in a position where that's an attractive route for you. He regularly supports the use of the private sector to alleviate the NHS and help with waiting times. On the surface, it's...
By the way, it's still the same doctors. They have their NHS contracts, plus they moonlight, if you want to put it that way, in the private sector as well. So they're earning from the NHS. They get their NHS pay. Then they supplement it by working in the private sector. It's the same doctors same nurses, same techs and everything. They just shadow in the private healthcare industry to earn more, to get the money that they deserve, that they need. Pay them properly on the NHS. Eminently easier. Can you hear me, Wes?
It's got a, if you've got 'em, smoke 'em type logic to it. It's there. Why not use it? Setting aside that when we get a doctor to do private NHS stuff, it's the same doctors that we would otherwise have in the NHS, but we pay a lot more for them. There isn't a massive spare capacity out there. It's mostly just the same capacity. I could see the argument though. Let's use this as a stopgap while we patch things up behind the scenes. That would require there to be any patching up, which there isn't. It's all about accelerating reforms, it's about cuts, it's about outsourcing, and just giving more and more and more to private healthcare. Sure, you may not pay for it up front, but someone's profiting from it, which makes the fact that he gets, in general, an outrageous amount of donations, but specifically more than 60% of his accepted donations are from individuals or companies with ties to private healthcare. Look, I've had to say this before in the second Keir Starmer video. I'm not saying his opinions or his policies are being unduly influenced, but I think it's a stretch to say that this has no impact at all. Insofar as capitalism is a system that we've agreed to live under, which I don't think a lot of us have, but here we go. You can't tell me that providing large sums of the exchange mechanism within that system doesn't impact anything. Like, I give up 8 hours of my time on Monday to Friday because they give me money to do it. Wes is receiving single donations larger than my annual salary. It's entirely possible, in fact, I would say probable, that he was already pro-privatization and the donations are to, help him in that aim, rather than to change his mind. But it is a striking amount he's received. I'll leave it there for now. Wes, as part of his plan for the NHS, is really leaning on AI as a big problem solver. Now, I want to be clear that AI doesn't just mean the plagiarism machine that boils away lakes. I'm led to believe that some forms of it can have medical applications, particularly in some diagnostics. The critical thing about this is it still involves human oversight, and there is a human decision maker who can be made accountable. This information comes from a channel called Pivot to AI, who's a smaller channel, and credit to them. The NHS, and therefore Wes Streeting, is imposing transcription AIs on GPs. The idea being that it will listen to your conversation with the GP and will provide an accurate transcript. Apparently, according to Pivot to AI, it's quite good at this, but still needs human oversight. Mistakes can be made by the AI. If these mistakes are made, then the liable party might be the doctor themselves. Now, there's a very good argument to be made that if you entrust the AI as a professional, that you have made a decision that means you should be held liable. In fact, they seem to suggest that trusts seek legal advice before using this software. But this is being imposed on them. There's no decision, apparently. At least that's what I'm understanding. Now, this is really bad. I don't think you should unleash this into the world, especially because this highlights that the machine cannot be held accountable, which is a dangerous thing to signal when the government is proposing AI assistant for GPs and doctors. Again, I'm not saying there's no applications, and it's perhaps unfortunate that generative AI, which plagiarizes, has dominated this conversation, so whenever I say the word, you're polarized in a direction one way or the other. But it is nonetheless concerning, especially when 1 in 4 patients report that there are errors in their medical records. The slot machine may well pump those numbers up, and I think it's irresponsible to rely heavily on this as a strategy. I want to be clear, Wes Streeting has not said AI will fix everything, but he and the department he leads seem very keen on it, and it's something to be aware of, especially since there doesn't seem to be the usual, gradual rollout you might expect for something like this. Then we come to what I think
I don't want any rollout of it. Trust me on this. I can see the angle from the diagnostic sort of framework with human oversight with actual doctors and GPs and professionals overlooking what the AI is generating, what it's recommending and stuff. Obviously, the AI can trawl through lots of different medias, lots of different information sources and stuff. Still don't trust it. I'd rather have a GP. I'd rather have an actual living, breathing human being doctor or nurse or physiotherapist or radiographer, blah, blah, blah. They went to uni, they went to get training for a reason. I trust them more than I do an AI. They've went through this all, they've got their career, they've seen many different types of patients, just like my GP has. I trust him more than I would any fucking AI across the fucking globe. I really would. Nothing to do with the fact that he's a autoimmune specialist as a GP. So I'm not biased, honestly.
think are ethical issues with his management of healthcare. I believe that it's important that the person in charge of the NHS politically at least be reasonably aware of medical ethics and basic material reality. There are 3 areas I want to touch on. 2 of them will be shorter and just quick examples. 1 of them will be a longer look because it has become, unfortunately, the issue. Firstly, let's return to this idea of giving weight loss jabs to the unemployed that we talked about in the intro. Jibes about the picture choice aside, when I say this to you, doesn't it make you feel a little uneasy? Because it should. It's a vision of healthcare that sees its role as increasing your value to capitalists. The implication of this is that some people could be compelled to use these drugs in exchange for benefits. That was the initial impression that was given when this policy was floated, which was why we got that very funny denial. And to be honest, it's not really a very strong denial of that being the case. Refer to my SDFU video about benefits for a fuller explanation, but this fits into a pattern of seeking to deny people support that they need. There's also the great big honking...
That video was great, by the way. Feel free to check it out.
Ethical issue, which is that this is inherently coercive and therefore unethical. See, I think, and maybe this is a controversial position now, that if you're going to have a medical intervention, it should only be done with your informed consent, where you're made aware of the risks and can reasonably say no. Under this arrangement, with it specifically being tied to being unemployed, can you say no? Even if it's not the explicit policy, we're kind of getting into because of the implication territory here. Then there are his comments about mental health issues being overdiagnosed, which is just...
ludicrous.
Can't say it politely. What kind of fucking prick do you have to be to believe this in the UK? Anyone who's suffered and tried to seek help for mental health issues and conditions can tell you it's fucking hard to get a diagnosis. It's just not a reflection of reality. This feeds into a generalized atmosphere in the UK, stigmatizing those who can't work because of mental health issues. Again, the benefits SDFU video is a good one here. He's playing along those lines and it's irresponsible. Given the way he deployed senility as a weapon in Parliament, one might...
I am overweight. A bit. Maybe a little bit more than that. I don't need Ozempic. Plus, it's contraindicated for the medication I'm already on. I don't need it. I might have joint issues and stuff, but I can still go out and walk. I can go to the main park for the north of Glasgow is just behind this block I'm currently sitting in. So I can go and take a walk in the park. I can go and say hi to the ducks. I can go to the rockery. It is rather calming there. And I can sit and relax, read a book. Delve deep into YouTube shorts again. Oh, I've updated my TikTok. Watch the space. I was there you can actually create small clips of stuff. And you can see me on TikTok. That'll be fun. and hopefully YouTube Shorts when I get to that level. Yeah. Watch this space. I don't need Ozempic. Plus, we're getting charged an arm and a leg for it. Most type 1 diabetics are fine just taking their insulin shots with their pens into the ear or into the thigh, or into just above the side of the hip, to deal with their issues, type 1s. Type 2s, diet and shots as well. A lot of older glycemic women who are above the age of 60 essentially, a lot of them have been diagnosed as type 2 from years of not being able to have decent food. Let's put it that way. Because there's only the two of us, we can actually get decent food. Plus, I've got my own chef. He is amazing. I used to cook. I still have recipes in my head. I give them to Super Hubby, and he cooks them for me. I don't need Ozempic. I can do exercise in my own house, and I can go out for a walk. I can't do my swimming anymore. It is good for my joints, don't get me wrong, but it knackers me. Fucking hell. I can go for a walk, even in the rain, which I'm used to. So I can do that. I can lose my weight gradually and not put too much stress on my body or on my joints. Wes, I do not need Ozempic. Lots of us don't need Ozempic, need better food. Better exercise guidance, easy movements, things like that. Tai Chi, things like that. What I do as well, when I'm in the mood for it, I dance around the living room or the flat or here in this bedroom. Plus, I'm heavy metal. I have been on a mosh pit. Seriously can't do them now. I do miss Coney gigs. But I do dance around the flat like a loon. I do like my dancing. I did used to do it when I was younger.
Suggest a pattern of behaviour here that doesn't bode well. Overdiagnosed or not, which it's not by the way, it's his responsibility to craft policy to provide for the medical needs of those who have these issues. This is borderline RFK Jr.'s position, an idea that these diagnoses aren't based on something real. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be sending everyone with ADHD to a work camp, but it's still not exactly great, is it, that he's comparable to a guy who had a worm eat his brain. Now we come to the big issue with Wes Streeting as health secretary, and as a high-profile politician. He's at the front line of the current assault on trans rights. This is despite him having been at least publicly, supportive figure of trans people and having worked for Stonewall, a fact he deploys to bolster his attacks on trans people. It's somewhat interesting to me, actually, that he was so pro-trans before, at least relatively speaking, because the faction of the Labour Party he belonged to were actually not terrible on this issue once upon a time. Context matters. We're talking about the 2000s and the early mid-2010s when I say that, so I'm not saying they had like a perfect understanding or anything like that. They did seem to have a sincerity about them as the socially liberal wing of the Labour right. In fact, Wes Streeting's turn, as it were, where he's tried to get others to apologise for being correct on the issue, as well as everyone with ADHD to a work camp, but it's still not exactly great, is it, that he's comparable to a guy who had a worm eat his brain. Now we come to the big issue with Wes Streeting as health secretary, and as a high-profile politician. He's at the front line of the current assault on trans rights. This is despite him having been at least publicly, supportive figure of trans people and having worked for Stonewall, a fact he deploys to bolster his attacks on trans people. It's somewhat interesting to me, actually, that he was so pro-trans before, at least relatively speaking, because the faction of the Labour Party he belonged to were actually not terrible on this issue once upon a time. Context matters. We're talking about the 2000s and the early mid-2010s when I say that, so I'm not saying they had like a perfect understanding or anything like that. They did seem to have a sincerity about them as the socially liberal wing of the Labour right. In fact, Wes Streeting's turn, as it were, where he's tried to get others.
Okay, this is from Pippa Crerar. I can't remember what she's in. She works for The Guardian. New. Wes Streeting says that Labour politicians who used to argue trans women or women should have the humility to admit they were not right. And what some may interpret as implied criticism of Keir Starmer, he tells at Ben Kentish, turn as oh God. Given some of the rough discourse we've had on these issues in recent years on Zoom, I don't think we lose anything by having a bit of humility to say, actually, I wish we'd listened.
To apologise for being correct on the issue, as well as his faction's turn is made all the more ugly by this, because for all of their attempts to drive wedges between Keir Starmer's predecessor as leader and his support base, they never hit upon this issue, which is both to be expected but a little odd, because there were transphobes in and around the Corbyn project, and they absolutely could have been used to drive a decent-sized wedge between him and his internal support. They didn't, partially because they had aligned with transphobes themselves, although on other issues they'd aligned with racists, so I don't see why that slowed them down, actually. And I think partially because they didn't really care. It was a part of the uniform to be relaxed about the issue. If someone walked up to you with a sign that says trans rights are human rights, yeah, take a picture with them. It's what you do. Until, of course, it's not, and you begin to transform your politics to follow a mythical, largely non-existent centre ground. Now, I'm reluctant to make this point, but I've seen it said that it's known that Wes Streeting is part of, like, an evangelical conversion therapy supporting church, and I've tried looking for something solid that I could wave in your face about that. I couldn't. I could find a lot of articles about him reconnecting with his faith.
Labour MP Wes Streeting has shared his personal journey of reconciling his sexuality and his Christian faith. He's gay. He's married to a man, by the way. In an interview with Premier Christianity, the 40-year-old expressed feelings at ease with his identity and believes that after experiencing an internal struggle when he discovered he was gay. Those two identities are in contradiction, Wes. Hello everyone. Bisexual woman here. Luckily, I haven't been exposed to conversion therapy. Thank fuck for that. I wish safety and solidarity to all my LGBTQI+ comrades across the globe. Seriously, fuck conversion therapy or restorative therapy, whatever they want to fucking call it these days. No. I know who I am. I don't need rescued or transformed to be a better woman. Fuck off, I'm the best woman I can ever be. I don't need changed.
And he was religious earlier in his life, according to the biography. I'm going to chalk this one up to a limitation on my end. If you do have something solid about this that I've missed, please share it. Regardless, I don't want people to think I believe that just because he's a Christian or religious or attends church that his views have been warped by that. If it is true that he's attending a conversion therapy supporting church, then, you know, obviously that's different, right? I get it, that's different. And it would also not be massively out of step with the conduct of his party leader who visits churches with those kinds of connections, especially opposition to equalities legislation. So it's possible, but I didn't find it, which might just be my fault. See, I'm throwing up the bat signal. If you have something, please share it with the class. If not, that's fine. It's like not like I could find it. I've also seen it suggested that he's always hated trans people, but again, that seems anecdotal. I'm not saying it's not true, but just to contextualize why I'm framing it as a change. In public, his expressed attitude has shifted to the point that he's demanded David Tennant, the guy who plays Doctor Who, that he apologized to Kemi Badenoch for telling her to shut up, which she should, especially about trans people. Shut up, Kemi Badenoch. If Wes is watching, I hope that made you cry, you fucking baby. He's also lied about trans people over and over, and he's particularly relevant, he's lied about trans doctors. Specifically, he claimed that transitioning allows doctors to wipe away their, misconduct records, which is not true at all, because of course it's not fucking true. They get a new ID number, but the history is transferred to it, like a rational system, and it's odd that he felt the need to lie about this. I couldn't find any instances of him correcting himself or apologizing, so we'll have to leave that there. If that exists, also please do correct me. He's also met with pro-conversion therapy groups, including Bayswater. Quick content warning here, this is not going to be nice, by the way. Who have talked in their private forums about things like cutting off trans children from supportive friends and planning to put chili sauce in mascara so that presumably when the child uses it, it's irritating and it burns. He expressed sympathy with these groups' experiences, saying, having met with Bayswater parents, I think that's been I'd go as far as to say traumatic experience for some of those families, and that's really stuck with me. Now, I'm not saying that they told him about what they...
Oh, joy. Basically, sending trans kids and trans young adults down the river. Thanks, Wes. That's delightful. Fuck off, you absolute ghoul.
Got up to in their little Discord, but what the fuck, man? It's clear he has political sympathy for these people as well as personal sympathy. He blocked puberty blockers for trans children while allowing cis children to still use them on the grounds that it was particularly risky in some fashion for trans children. And being frank, I think what he means is the risk is that they might be trans and choose to express that. There's this whole thing about not wanting kids to go through the wrong puberty and not make mistakes because of medical intervention, but blocking puberty blockers is an intervention that makes that more likely. He's tried to offer, on occasion, these sort of softer moments where he says he's sorry for things, but he never changes the policies. Plus, these apologies always take the form of, I'm sorry you feel that way, which is not a proper apology if you ask me. He's even suggested that trans people could be given private rooms in the NHS as part of their segregation following the Supreme Court ruling. There aren't any private rooms on the NHS anywhere. Like, you've seen to that, Wes. This is a policy that's geared towards scaring...
There's private rooms up here in Scotland. Just saying. It is possible. Thank you.
Trans people from seeking treatment and designed to stoke resentment against them. 10 out of 10. No notes, Wes, you transphobic fuck. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about this because it upsets me, clearly, but it's clear that Wes Streeting is a transphobe and is taking every opportunity to enact those policies, particularly targeting children, which, to be clear, makes him one of the most pathetic people in Britain. Big bad Wes Streeting, he loves to attack children, but only if he has the might of the British state behind him. What a fucking joke he is, honestly. One consequence of his high profile and his clinging to the Labour Party's official line, especially as it related to Palestine and Israel's escalating genocide, is it made him a target. Sure, there were MPs and candidates who were more openly pro-Israel, but it's worth noting he did get some big donations from pro-Israel donors. Regardless, his high profile, closeness to a leader devoted to Israel, and the fact that he was just known as an anti-left figure who was clearly right-wing on the NHS meant his local community wanted to put up a challenger to him. Enter Leanne Mohammed, at the time a 23-year-old British Palestinian woman. Under normal circumstances, an independent candidate like her would collect a few hundred votes and just be a little sort of like note on the Wikipedia page for that constituency. Instead, she came within a few hundred votes of beating him, which makes her one of the most successful independent candidates at the last election, and she deserves full credit for it, as do the people who campaigned for her. I'm not being patronizing, it's actually an impressive accomplishment all around for everyone involved. It's also the subject of some questions, like how could such a senior politician almost be upended like this? Now, I've not been able to find footage of it, but apparently he gave a real sore winner speech at the count, blaming a divisive campaign and all sorts of things, kind of John Ashworth. It's John Ashworth stuff. He's also taken to the radio with that explanation, blaming a deep fake for his troubles, among other things. Yeah, look, he's doing the John Ashworth thing. He's crying about non-issues that wouldn't have impacted him if he hadn't been so close to a pro-genocide leadership. Ultimately, though, the fact that he went in this direction rather than recognizing community discontent with him and his party speaks to how pathetic he is. Fingers crossed he's out on his ass next time, especially if he's Prime Minister, because that will be very fucking funny. Despite all of this, he's currently considered the power behind the throne's Morgan McSweeney's preferred successor to Keir Starmer, including a campaign that seems to particularly target potential...
Almost a dozen female Labour MPs who spoke to The Guardian said they were unnerved at how female cabinet ministers appear to be getting the brunt of the blame for issues in government, though there is less sympathy for the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, because of anger over Treasury's handling of spending cuts and welfare. She deserves it, trust me. Among some of the new intake of MPs, there is a strong feeling that any ultimate successor to Starmer would be a woman, and a resentment of what they see as campaign to annoyed. Annoyed? Seriously? Wes? Excuse me? My brain needs a reset now. What the fucking... Oh, God damn it.
Women challengers to that status, with a lot of briefings attacking them. This links back to a particular issue more generally with Starmer's project and women, but it is curious that Wes seems to be the main beneficiary here. In fact, he's begun to put the boot in about bad local election results.
Speaking to the BBC earlier, Health Secretary Wes Streeting insisted the winter fuel policy was not being formally reviewed. Aye, right. But he added ministers were reflecting on what the voters told us. Yes. At last week's election, where Labour lost around 2/3 of council seats it was defending, Streeting acknowledged many voters aren't happy with the cuts. No shit, Sherlock. I think that might disrupt your base, Wes. Seriously, it seems like most of them are fucking clueless. They're either clueless or they don't give a fuck about us. Take your pick. I know what one I'm going for.
While not outright disavowing the policies that he claimed contributed to the result, he has subtly positioned himself as at least aware of the problem. Is he about to make his move? Is it time for the Wes Reich? Maybe not, but given the death spiral Keir Starmer is clearly in, It's not impossible. His time is coming. And we need to ask ourselves some important questions about where this all leaves us if he is the next Prime Minister. I suppose all of this brings me to a question, especially in light of him clearly being the Irish Tory who's in control of Labour's most powerful faction's choice for Prime Minister. Is this the best we have? I think when Keir Starmer was presented to the public, very, very few people said, this guy is the absolute best we have. And to some extent, that could have been fine. You didn't need to be perfect to outperform the Tories. And yet here we are, talking about a potential replacement for him, and arguably this guy is even worse. A lot of people will tell you, this man, this odd, thin-skinned, uncanny valley inhabiting man, is one of the best communicators in British politics. Isn't that fucking sad? Like, I'm a pessimist about Britain in a lot of ways, but it's insulting to suggest that this guy is the best we have to offer, either in terms of his communication skills, which require improvement, let's put it like that, as this final clip I'll show you of him attempting a joke illustrates.
On July the 4th.
Okay, I'm a bit confused about what you're doing about the backlog, because if I look at what Sir Keir Starmer said, he says that you're halving...
Someone died of it.
Sorry?
I said that's because you spent so much time on Diane Abbott. Let's get into the Labour's plan.
Oh, I see. That was a joke. Sorry, I missed that.
Or in terms of his politics, he doesn't have any, but in a more malicious way than Keir Starmer's apparent void where his ideology should be. He'll throw anyone and anything under the bus, no matter how vocally he supported them in the past. If he thinks there's a gain to be made from it, either electorally or personally, he'll do it. And in an environment where a far-right party has just swept away the two major parties at a local election, and the press prodding and trying to shithouse not just the usual culture war stuff, but anti-net zero stuff, do we want this sponge, this political plankton in charge? I think not, but it's not up to us for now. So, for now, we have to content ourselves with knowing what this guy thinks, believes, and what he's done in the past. If I had to give you a message to take away from all of this, a lesson, is that Wes Streeting is, as Dawn Foster put it, a right-wing, lickspittle cunt. That's it. I need to thank my proofreader, who really, I really screwed because I made her read this, and it was very long and she had to read it in like an evening. So a special thanks to her. I also need to say...
Siddon's proofreader is his partner. she reads she does all the proofreading for his videos, for his YouTube videos. These ones. She does awesomely. Thank you, person in the room. You're doing stellar work. I don't know how off topic something gets actually for you, but you managed to do it. The videos and what something is saying is always based. It's always good, obviously, with your help. Thank you.
If you enjoyed my shirt with the contraption on it, you need to go check out Molto, whose link will be in the description. She's the one who made the shirt. It's very cool. I also need to thank the patrons and members. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all support, whether that's liking, commenting, subscribing, sharing the video. Please, it all helps. Please help me out by doing that. It doesn't cost you anything. The Patreon and membership does cost something, and a special thank you to them, particularly the top tier patrons, Drone Riff, Mercutio, Kersley Scheider, John N. Liron, and Carolyn. That list's getting a bit long these days. I'm pretty pleased with that. And our YouTube members, Nadia Jiwa, Katie Marshall, Roger Zugi, Scaly Bubble, and Ben Johnson. Thank you to all of them. They are absolute legends. If you've made it this far into the video, you're an absolute legend. If you did enjoy it, like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff, and I will catch you all on the next one. Hopefully a bit of a lighter video than this one. Take it easy, everyone. I'll catch you soon. Bye-bye.
You all need to see this short. It's so fucking hilarious. Oh, right. Here's, oh, I must have.
What is this? What?
Roll erupted during the eruption. Volcano went at the same time. His last words must be, holy God, I'm coming. One last time before I die. Rose the original Guna, the definition of Con4K. The longest etching streak. Legend has it, he's still legend till this day. He came. It was close for a lifetime. He went out doing what he loved. Two eruptions happened at night. There was a chance and he took it. Roll edge to the edge of that century. This is worse than not deleting your internet browser history.
Probably.
The original Die Hard lets him finish the final phase.
Oh, I love it.
Thousands of years after his death. The question is, did he finish? He was dropped in it. I'm trying to put out the fire, but the mother of the volcano shut it.
Oh, no controversies. This is great chat music.
Why do a video about Wes Streeting, a man who somehow
Thanks, SK. As always, amazing work. I'm going to have to send that video up to my niece. I'm sure they'll love it. I know our girlfriend will. So you know, it's went back up to 6. Still stay over there. My God, I've got 6 people. Hello, lovely lurkers. Free to shout out if you want anything. I'm still feeling quite good. If you want me to go, but if everyone needs to reset, in fact, you know what? I think I might need to end. I need a nap before I watch Laura K in the morning at 9 o'clock in 5 hours roughly. I need to be fully recharged to actually deal with whoever's on it. In fact, that'll be fun. Let's see who's on Laura. Give me a second. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Next, Nick Thomas Simmons. Camera always. Oh God, Alex Burkhardt. That's a Tory, by the way. Oh, he's Pat McFadden's shadow. Chris O'Shea, Chief Executive of Centrica. That's an energy company, by the way. So that'll be delightful. Oh God, Alex Burkhardt. Can I just end me? Not seen Nick Thomas Simmons for a while. Good to see what that bollocks that man's saying. So there we go. 9 AM. 4 hours and 38 minutes. I suppose I better reset myself so I can listen to these rules. Doesn't say who's on the panel. There's usually some sort of fucking wanker on it. I will let you know the minute I find out. Thank you, comrades. This has been awesome. Let's see if I can read you into anyone. Ooh, David. What's on? Let me cheese now. Lovely. Lady. Yay! I will send all you lovely people over to Maple Takes. I will send all you lovely people over to Maple Takes. Because he is awesome and beast. Where are you, Maple? My lovely Canadian comrade. This is